All right, hey there, guys. It's Metro. We back. We back. One more day. We didn't get Tuesday in, but we did finally get one key done this week. Gonna start probably getting to be an issue. I mean, I don't think it really is an issue, but blame the tank and walrus. Welcome. I gotta figure out what dungeons have shoulders, though, just to make sure. That's the only piece we don't have on Mythic right now. But anyway, we're back. Ready to go a little bit longer this week. Then we got Tuesday and or Tuesday, Saturday and Sunday's videos ready to go. Gonna finish up Mondays. Hey, Dog Rhythm, happy Friday. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's add-on. I'd probably just uninstall it, but pretty cool. I like it. Even though I'm not really a PvPer. We need some more consumables, it looks like.
I have many lucky tools you like.
Go ahead and get some of those. Anaria Shola. I love this city. I'm telling you what, this is the best zone ever made, man. I am freaking sold. I think it really helps that I have a lot of nostalgia for Blood Elf stuff, but man. It's not just in WoW either. I really like the Blood Elf stuff with Arthas and everything in Warcraft 3. Hey Metro, hope you're doing well. I am doing well. How about you? What you up to? A lot of these. These are the things we use the most.
May my goods
But not that much. Alright. See what's out there. Still looking for, still looking for 19 and a seat. There's a lot of 20s listed. Is there a 19 seat? No. 20 seat. Okay, we've actually actually signed up to the maximum keys of 20. That's kind of crazy. A lot of times there's like 0 20s, but 21's listed. What do we do now that we have all the items? I don't know what to do. Just make money, I guess. Try to get gold. Sounds off. What? Not on my end. You guys hear me right?
This world is vast and wondrous.
Good morning, Dave. Welcome. I think. Welcome. We can still upgrade the ring. Boom.
Stay vigilant.
more. Yeah. Anyway, today is the day you get Resilient 19. Oh, yeah, hopefully. Gotta get into the key, or find the key first. There's not been a lot of them listed. Hey, the original Zing, welcome. Pretty unlikely. Honestly, I don't like, it's a weird season because for the last like 2 levels of keys, we've basically not made any progress outside of when people in the stream help me. So I don't know. It's like hard to be optimistic, but you hope it eventually turns around. Can't get any invites usually, and then even when we do, but like every single key we did yesterday was somebody with the stream, right? Watching these groups do 23s with 3 to 4 minutes left on timer is insane. Oh yeah, it does seem like they're playing a different game. The thing that's so crazy to me is like, it seems like they take no damage. When I see stuff like that, it's like, well, how the fuck are you not taking damage? I don't really get it, you know what I mean? It's like their characters are somehow different than ours. Like, they have different powers than we have. Rares up. I mean, I guess we'll still kill this stuff. I guess I should try to get the weapons. Not entirely sure if they're actually different or if there's like unique collections to get. They have 20% avoidance, so yeah, that makes that big of a difference. Tournament realms, they pick their maxed out gear and have 20% avoidance. Oh, you're talking about on the tournament realms? Yeah, I don't think we're talking about those. Oceanic keys I've gotten into, that's right. Not with viewers. I guess they have probably less people signing up now at this time. To the subway, says Kyle, based on the auto translation. I have a feeling that is not what he said. Let's see what he actually says. He says, "Hey, a Metro. How'd you sleep? Not good. Why?" Makes you ask that. Had to get up early again this morning, but that's it now. We're done, hopefully, with that. Just waiting for some keys. I know you said you were busy yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was a crazy busy day. Kind of still being busy today, but not as much. Got the camp finalized. We're done with that. What else? Talked to a lot of our kids, but I really don't think the summer league is going to go well from what I could tell. I have a feeling we're going to have too few kids for the summer league, to be honest.
What do you seek?
But we'll see how it plays out. It's not really my battle one way or the other.
Anytime.
Oh shit, what the fuck is that? Okay, no, yeah, there's all kinds of cool shit.
I offer rare goods from distant realms.
Alright, we still got some work to do then. Void touch rifle. TBC weapons? Hmm. There's 23 at my service cavern, 5 minutes under. That's crazy. Yeah, it is a good question. How do they do that? Wouldn't it be better to play your own key at this point? No. If we did our own key, we wouldn't get any progress at all. I'd rather just wait. At least we have a chance of getting the key we need in the queue. We have 0 chance of doing our own key and getting it. Missed 20 Magisters by 3 seconds. Oh wow. Timed my first 20 yesterday. Nice, congrats. Morning Raven, welcome. That's 100. It was like, it's even more Merrill, right? How much was it? You watching any college baseball? No, I'm not a baseball. Well, I'm a huge Yankees fan, but that's pretty much it. I don't even know like the college baseball season. I don't even know how it works. The fact that it's over in May is kind of crazy. My IQ right now is 21 Algathar. Oh yeah. Infinite T Gaming, welcome back as well. Guy reached 20 as your first is kind of wild though. Yeah. It ends in June. No, you said it's the playoffs, right? I meant the season, yeah. Like the season, the regular season is over already. It's like our high school teams are done already. They lost in the playoffs as well. Pretty much like at the end of baseball season or basketball season, the baseball teams are like encroaching on, like they're trying to use the gyms and shit because it's still cold. Yeah, it's tied to the school year, yeah. But it's so different than, I guess it's really not. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not that different than like NBA to college basketball. But it feels like it's basically like not even a quarter of the season. Like the NBA is longer, but it still starts at the same time. Whereas college baseball like starts and ends like within like a month of it starting, it feels like. Or high school baseball at least, I don't know. I missed I didn't get to see a single baseball game of our team this year because the park was closed. Normally I get to see a good amount of them. I'd suggest checking it out. I appreciate that, but I will not be checking it out. Like I said, not really a big baseball fan outside of the Yankees. No way I wasn't subbed. Oh, for real? Well, now you are. Thanks for that. If you did, I didn't see it pop up, but... Oh, Seed of the Triumvirate. That group might need a tank. There's a shortage of those, right? Maybe not. Nope. There's absolutely a shortage of non-guardian tanks. Yeah, probably. Shortage of tanks, more like people waiting for meta, right? We got some funny keys coming this weekend that kind of show a little bit of that, what it's like at low keys to see. Not a lot of tanks out there, I suppose. But certainly at this level is the complete opposite. Can't buy an invite. Well, I could probably, but don't want to buy an invite. I want to get an invite normally. Try doing some low keys on it all, and it's a different world, so we'll make sure you record them. If you run into anything crazy, send it in. What's this? Another eBay. Oh, my finally delivery. So you're gonna maybe you're gonna think I'm crazy, but the more so in the college or the high school season, everybody had to get new basketballs for some reason. So everybody's using the Evo NXT now. It's like a totally different basketball than any other basketball. And at first I didn't really like it that much, but it really grew on me. And now that I don't have access to one for the last few months, I feel like I'm like missing it. But in the league at the YMCA, they're using it. They have one as well. And so it's like, shit, all right, if I'm going to use it in the league, I feel like I need to have one because it's like such a different basketball than every other basketball. So I bought a used one for $50. It's supposed to be like a $150 ball. I figured, I bought a ton of used golf gear and stuff. Maybe this will work out, but I have a feeling I might have wasted my money, but we'll see. I got some very good high-value Pokemon cards recently, so I felt like I have a little bit of money to spend all of a sudden. Tank is up to 262 automobile, running 6s, but I'm working on it. Still new to tanking, so taking it slow. Nice. If you have any questions, let me know. I think the coolest thing about those Wilson balls, though, is that you can get them like customized, the colors and stuff. I don't think you can get the orange, like the actual normal leather part customized, but you can get all the words customized and stuff. If I had like a lot of money, I'd buy like a very customized basketball. I think it'd be really cool. Have like a super unique looking basketball. Do you buy packs online? All the stuff that I've opened has been online. I don't think I've ever gotten anything in a store, like ever really. A long time ago, but yeah. But most of the stuff I've opened recently, I didn't get, like I got for Christmas or something like that. I'm still getting through all that. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, no. The most recent big hit was something I did buy recently, yeah. Whenever you drive by Walgreens or Dollar General, stop in. Oh yeah, they never have anything around here. I don't even think Walgreens or Dollar General sell Pokemon cards around here. If they do, whoever works there just probably buys them before they go out. I'm not even sure where there would be like a section for cards at Dollar General here. Yeah, there's no Walgreens around here either. There's only one that's like kind of far away. I was actually at it when I went to the parade the Memorial Day parade this weekend, but it's like 25 minutes away from me, so I'm not normally up there. Yeah, if I could actually find cards for MSRP, I would definitely buy them. Yeah, that's what I figured, yeah. They don't even sell them around here because probably for that. I mean, I think if they got them, they would literally just keep them. Like I don't know. I mean, if I was an employee at one of these stores, I don't even know why I would put stuff out. If it doesn't matter who it sells to, just sell it to your employee. 25 minutes is far for you? Yeah, it's pretty far. I mean, it's far to go to try to find Pokemon cards every day or something like that, Well, how could that be a very short ride? What do you mean? Where you live in the middle of like a desert or something? Arizona. Where you don't live in a town? Like what? Like I can walk outside my house. I could walk the entire length of the town in less than 25 minutes, so. Minutes outside the actual town. I grumble about driving 10 minutes across town. Yeah. I mean, right now with gas prices, it's not unfounded grumbling. I have to get gas again this weekend, and I'm dreading it. It's up to 950 here. It's crazy. Nah, I'm just kidding about that. But yeah, it's pretty high. One minute. Nah, I was just joking. Yeah, it's like 370 or something. Sucks for any kids today, fighting scalpers and paying extra for their hobbies. Yeah, I mean, this is not really a hobby. I get why people say it, but it's really not. I mean, it's basically just a really low stakes gambling. I'm sure it's maybe fun if your parents buy you packs or something like that, but these packs are tangibly valuable, and I think anybody who doesn't look at them as that is just like kind of entitled, to be honest. It's like probably the most interesting, like I've never really experienced something like that where there's like hard tangibility to the value of the thing, and it's traded on such, like it almost feels like you're talking about like a stock or something like that. I guess it's not that uncommon with some items. Apparently it happens a lot with shoes, but I've never really been a shoe guy. I think it's just like collector shoes, whereas this is like literally every single item has tangible value, and it will be purchased and sold. Maybe like, I don't know, maybe at one point you could consider it a hobby, but even as far back as like 1999, I think it's really, Pokemon is just too big, you know? It's not like fucking baseball cards or something like that where there's just junk and hundreds and hundreds of things of junk. It's frustrating when I see kids now having their hobbies fall under gambling. I think it's just always been gambling. That's, I mean, like, I think it was just like you didn't know. You just didn't know about it at that point, you know? Like maybe when it first came out, you could think like, oh yeah, this is just whatever. Just go pay a small amount of money and open a pack, and who cares? Whatever's in it, who cares, you know? But obviously, like, even within a few years, people knew that that wasn't true. Like, the cards were already very valuable at that point. Yeah, Magic. I mean, really a lot of trading cards, like I was just saying with baseball cards and stuff. But the thing about, like, baseball cards and other sports cards is it's, like, 99% junk. Like, almost everything's junk. And then there's, like, one thing that's like, oh, shit, you know what I mean? But with Pokemon, there's, like, hundreds and hundreds of things that are not junk. The set will always have something in it that's super valuable, but not always just one thing. It could be very valuable, multiple cards, you know? They've seemed to really... And then, obviously, the packs have tangibility, like the price on the packs and the items, and they sell so many different items and stuff. It's really strange. You're almost just speculating on a market every time you engage in the hobby. Quote-unquote hobby.
If you are willing to.
Alright, buy some more of these.
I hope you find your purchase to be satisfying.
What we got? Oh, that looks cool. Yeah, they're all like TBC items, huh? A lot of old baseball cards became valuable because people didn't treat them as valuables. Right, and then that's another thing. Yeah, you're right about that. Like I have a card, a baseball card that's my dad's card, and it's worth a lot of money, but it's in like, it's fucking ripped, like it's crazy. Like it's such bad shape. So it's like, I don't even think anybody would buy it, you know what I mean? But it's like supposed to be worth money, but I don't know. Whereas like Pokemon cards are like, from the get-go, everybody knew that keeping them in good shape was important, you know? Always fun to watch an alpha pack opening. Gloves get out and everything. Pack has so much value. Yeah, all those old MGT packs are like, they're fucking like thousands and thousands of dollars, right? It's crazy. When I was opening, when I originally was opening cards in the 90s, I legit was opening packs to actually play the game. Yeah, the game is, so nowadays, like, that's not even, like, you'd be silly to buy a pack to get, like, you can buy the whole deck for, like, $20, basically. I'm sure there's, like, some people that try to build a deck from only stuff they collect, but if you want to actually play the Pokemon TCG, like, buying packs and opening them is the worst possible way to do it, it seems. What else? I miss when Burger King did their Pokemon events. So yeah. It used to be you collect, trade, and play at school. Those kids grew up and made it so modern that kids can't do the same. Yeah, I think it's more like they just didn't know, you know? Everybody would have did the same if they could have. It's not them who made it that way, it's Pokemon. The game itself is separate from the collecting, and I think that was probably always true. It was less true in the beginning because there was no separate copies. Like, there was no Blastoise special illustration rare and regular EX, you know what I mean? There was only the one card, so if you wanted to use the Blastoise, you had to use the Blastoise. But there was still first edition and regular, you know, limited and stuff. So obviously, if you wanted to collect, you would get the first edition, and if you wanted to play, you would use the unlimited. But yeah, I think it's just ineptitude. Like, people just didn't know what was going to happen with the cards. I think maybe even at that point, it wasn't super obvious that Pokemon was going to go on to be one of the most outstanding franchises of gaming, which is hard to believe. I don't, you know, I think a lot of people just didn't think gaming was as rigid as it was going to be. Like, I think in the late 90s, people probably didn't look at gaming as very seriously, right? It didn't become like $1 trillion industry until probably like late 2000. Honestly, like, it's really WoW and Pokemon. Like, those two things really pushed gaming forward, I feel like. They showed that there can be like actual longevity in franchise, and you know, enfranchisement, basically. Like, games can last and IPs can last forever. I know Pokemon isn't the only Nintendo franchise like that too, so Nintendo is pretty rare in that way. They have a lot of franchises. Not a lot of companies can say that. Like, Halo was looking like it was going to be at one point, and then they fell apart, you know? I don't think there's many other game franchises that aren't owned by Nintendo at this point. You could say something like Call of Duty or something, but I really don't think... I think Call of Duty is basically just a recycling over and over again, and there's nothing like... Yeah. There's nothing new, really, with it. I wouldn't have an issue with it. It's just being people collecting first editions. It's just the state of all cards in the hobby become gambling. Yeah, it's just like it always was gambling. We just didn't know about it when we were young. There was always going to be tangible value to the cards. Tangible value to each pack opened, basically. Early Pokemon was definitely riding that temporary fad. It felt like it, yeah. Like, I think a lot of people, even when they were young, didn't really think it was going to be something that you'd still be playing. Like, if I, you know what I mean? Like, it's fucking crazy to me. Like, I played Pokemon Crystal as a young kid, and then I put it down, and like 25 years later, I spent like 100 hours of my life making a Pokemon Crystal remake on RPG Maker. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? If you told me that that was going to be the trajectory of that game, of that one video game, it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even sound like reality, you know what I mean? And you'd say the same thing about WoW. WoW just didn't, the trading card thing just didn't work for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not really sure how it failed, to be honest, but they didn't have a gimmick, I guess. The thing about Pokemon cards is the art, I think. It's really, even back in the early days, they're basically like NFTs. The one guy I used to golf with, he always said that trading cards are the original NFTs, and I think he's totally correct. Some people pay for the art, some people pay for the exclusivity, but at the end of the day, it's a combination of the two that makes it popular. You can't just have the card be exclusive with no art on it. Nobody really cares about that in the mainstream. There would be some hardcore collectors, but the prices would never blow up. I'd throw RuneScape in there too. We were playing it at school. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, RuneScape too, yeah, probably. Bungie had a serious fall from grace. Yeah, what happened? I don't even know. The only reason I buy Magic the Gathering packs is after an event to support the store that runs the event. Oh, for free, huh? Yeah, no, I've never played the card games. I tried to play Magic the Gathering when I was really young, but I didn't know anybody who played it. I only had like 2 friends who played it, and yeah, that shit's expensive anyway. Now it's like ridiculous. People only cared about the codes on WoW cards. Target audience was too old for trading cards. Yeah, it seems that way. Well, that's why I said there was no like compelling art or anything to collect. It was just the codes, you know. Which is a cool idea. They probably sold and made a lot of money on them still, but they were never going to have permanence. Bungie just can't make good games anymore. Marathon failed, and they are canceling development on Destiny 2. Oh, wow, really? I don't know what Marathon is. But it's sad to hear that. Honestly, I don't know that Bungie ever made good games. They just got really lucky with that one concept. Like, I really think... Is that a bug? What the hell? I really think, the fucking battle rifle just carried that franchise. Like, there was something so weighty about their gun combat, but it was really just a one gun. Well, the sniper rifle, too, I think. But, like, that's the one thing that separates Call of Duty and Halo and stuff. Is that the gun combat was just so weighty. It felt like so, like, there was such skill and precision to using the weapons. Whereas Call of Duty is just like run and gun, basically. How come you don't post your own key? No interest in doing it. Oh yeah, the sword too, I guess, was a pretty big one, huh? I never liked melee combat in that game. Outside of like hitting somebody with a pistol or something. Original Marathon games are masterpieces. Marathon is the newest escape from Tarkov wannabe. Oh, really? Marathon Infinity is a real special game. It's wild. That game was made at the time when FPS games were called Doom clones. Oh, really? What, we're talking about like a super old game or something? I've never even heard of it. My key is 18 Algathor, or 18 Seat. It's what Bungie made before Halo. Oh, that's crazy. I had no idea. I would have put money on them being Halo only, really. That's funny. Let's see here. Not much. OG Marathon series was 1994. Oh shit. What like, was it for computer or something, or what was it for? 1994. What the hell? Mac. What the hell? It was the only FPS for Mac. That's crazy that Mac was like a gaming platform at one point. That's funny. God, I love this sound. I am so excited to see the rest of this story unfold in this expansion. Mac really wasn't, that was the thing, everything was on PC. Oh, for real? So it was like really a standout game then, because not only did it stand out among Mac games, but it stood out among all games on a platform that wasn't really gaming centric, huh? That's kind of cool. That was pretty neat, actually. Kind of like GoldenEye for N64. Ooh, yeah, that was a great game. I think a lot of people look back at that game as like, I think didn't they just make a new 007 game? They're, like, whoever's making those games, it's like, yeah, we can still maybe get people to play from the GoldenEye hype. It's like, I remember GoldenEye was like, oh man, it was stellar. Did you do the story mode raid, by the way? Yep, I did the playthrough of that on the second channel if you ever want to watch me do it. It's there. We will continue to do the story modes when applicable. Funny thing about Marathon 2, it is tied for first FPS to have dual wielding. Came out the same day as Rise of the Triad. Oh yeah. Never heard any of this shit. I love this song too, man. Wish there was more content in this area. I would spend all my time here. Not enough money knows there's a freaking mailbox. Whoa. Wait, is there a place you can set your hearth? I think there was just this here because this is where like the zone starts. So you come here and maybe you want to use your mailbox. Oh, what an amazing... This zone is actually really good. Marathon is one of my special interest game series. Oh yeah. Whoa. Why do you say it like that? What do you mean by that? Special interest game series? You mean like you have like posters of it or something? You're like super into it?
Twilight's blade are hiding out at Speaker's Rest. Show them how a Hashira protects Zulaman.
Is there any Meryl world quests? There's gold ones. What ones give gold? Oh, that one's kind of cool. Let's go do that one. Too many deep dives into everything about the originals? Oh yeah, I got you. Well, good man. I'm glad you have so many good memories. That kind of shit is... I mean, it's so special, like we were just talking about with the other games, like... It's really special to think like that. It's really fucking special, dude. Like I was sitting there playing Pokemon Gold in like 6th grade or something like that, and then I just made a remake of the game. Like what? I mean, we're talking about at least 25 years, right? When did Pokemon Gold even come out? Pokemon Gold launch date. Yeah, October 5th, 2000. So that was in 5th grade. I was in 5th grade when Y2K happened, I remember that. We got one. Okay. What the hell, an invite? Yeah, right. Was it an accident? He probably thinks I'm unholy. I was like catching a fish. Oh, we need a healer. That guy's not the healer. He must be enhanced then. Yeah, they're probably gonna take that monk. 30 minutes to get a group. Yep, that's not that abnormal, really, but tough for sure. Especially with the full physical group. Surprised they took you over the monk. Well, they're gonna take a monk healer. They can. I imagine a druid would be better with this. I can see Magister's Terrace from here. We'll fly. Uh-oh, Ragnaros Monk. Oh yeah, we don't have a... shit. We don't have a way to skip at the end. It's really weird how few people are playing Warlocks now. I thought they were going to be everywhere. Can stealth? Yeah, we don't have a Warlock, brother. I don't even remember what we changed route-wise. It's been a while. Why do we not have count? Made some big changes in the middle of the dungeon, I remember that. But this is without the last pack, right? Yeah, there's like nothing. Oh yeah, that's what we were saying. We could probably skip this pack. But I don't think... Where's the... This fucking... It's so confusing. That's them, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot. We'd be way over count. We'd have to try to skip that pack. The Shami is toxic. Just came from this resilient MT. He was complaining no groups can do 20s. Oh, really? You got an invite, yep. Sounds like content. Duplicity Dave, what's up? Welcome. Holpa, welcome. We'll probably not pull both of these or something, and I don't know. Content key incoming, yep. But I don't like routes. No way the shaman is toxic. Guess it's gonna be a good one. Maybe we should let the shaman log on our DK and tank it. Yeah, it sounds like it's for the best. He's gonna love when you see it on AMZ. we didn't have an invite at the end of the day. I see what he has to say. Lost the fish. Yeah, we had it hooked, but it got off. That's a good analogy. I like that. If you weren't streaming, would you still message him? Oh, I'd definitely still message him. I would probably message him more if I wasn't streaming. Hey, Teal, what's up? Welcome. Hi, Gio, welcome. Okay. Why'd they kick you? Because they're fucking idiots. I mean, I don't know. Pugging, welcome to Pugging. Guy's too stupid to realize what he's looking at. He's like, do we need the second pack? Well, if we don't pull it, we won't have count, brother. Did you look at that? Like, I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean, do we need it? Like, what? You want to have count or no? Oh, you just want me to do exactly what you want. Oh, I see. That's why you asked for the route. That's why I don't like routes. No groups I'm in can do 20s. Yeah, I wonder why. People think you got to 20s by not knowing the dungeon. I think they just don't care. They're just all like super self-centered and they don't give a fuck about what anybody else wants in the group. I mean, to some degree, I could see why it manifests that way because they're, you know, failing and they don't want to fail. So they try to, like I said, I've said this for years. Like, this route thing is just DPS grasping at control. They have no control, bro. I'm trying to tell you guys straight, okay? This is not an insult. If you're playing a fucking shaman DPS, submit. You have no control, bro. You don't have control over your survival. You don't have control over the route. You don't have control about what CDs are going to be used when outside of what you have. That's it. You're the only person who can control your shit. That's it. Nobody's going to pull around you. Nobody's going to do anything else for you in a pug, okay? If you expect people to do that, join a pre-made group. That's it. That's all there is to it. I don't know why these people do this to themselves. Like, it sounds so fucking miserable, to be honest. Like, every group you sign up, it has to be a fight, you know? There must be a fight every group. Well, you didn't do what I wanted, you know what I mean? Like, every group would be a fight, I would imagine, at that point. I'm not really sure why that isn't understood by people playing DPS and keys. Because it seems like you chose it. Like, you know, what did you expect? I don't, like, what do you think? It's just not a pre-made group. We're not going to be able to work around each other the first time we meet after not having any, like, experience together. But they all seem to expect it, and then they get mad when they don't get what they want. I don't know how you pug like that. I don't get why you're pugging. People think that he has 20 resilience, so he definitely does 20s. Well, that was a comment because apparently Kyle was in the queue with him, and he said he was complaining about something in the last queue too. That's why I played different with my pre-mades and pugs. In a pug as DPS, I go with the flow. I mean, like, you could think like I'm here suggesting it, but I'm not even suggesting it. It's just how it is. Like, that's just life. I don't know what you've done. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what, you're just going to suddenly become really cohesive and we're all going to do exactly what we need to do for each other well immediately after not talking to each other for the first time in our lives. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't even make sense. Where did you come up with this idea? This cannot possibly be working reliably. I don't know where they're coming up with this idea. Non-tanks love to have their own routes. They can just tank if they want something specific. Yeah, I don't know why they chose DPS. Like, I'm not sure why. It's like you have all the mentality that makes me think you want to tank or heal, but you don't. Why not? And I think the answer is more obvious than it sounds. Because they're not good at it. You know what I mean? So they want the facets of tanking or healing that give them control over the success or failure of the group, but they're not good enough at it to actually succeed on it. So they play the easier role and then still try to impose that on other people. Alright, well, you're going to be in a fight every single key you're in, brother, so good luck. It's going to be frustrating, but I guess some people are able to deal with that frustration. You're not going to be able to plan your meta, that's the problem. Things are going to go wrong, things are not going to be obvious on paper that don't happen the way, you know? Like, it's like a great example in that situation was the guy was confused about the worms with the boss. What can I say to tell him? Like, I'm going to try to stagger all of them together. They're not all going to be pulled the same second, you know what I mean? Like, I'd be sitting there typing sentence after sentence to get the guy to understand that. Or you can just shut the fuck up, try your best, adapt to the shit that's happening, and we'll see what happens. This shit's already hard enough, you know what I mean? Why make it harder? Did we actually get something for beating this? I don't think so. I'm on my AUG arc at the moment, so just keep ebbing my up and all is good. Right, yeah. Another great example. How many 19 seats have you tried? I'm not sure, but it would be on the spreadsheet. You can see pretty quickly, I think. A lot. Probably at least like 10 or 15. Yeah, I think we probably won't end up upgrading it. We haven't even gotten to the last boss yet. There's been 2 attempts past the second boss, I think, out of all the 10 or 15. Finally hit 3,400, and damn, it was hard to find 16 keys. Barely anyone is running them. Oh, really? That's surprising to hear that. I mean, there's plenty of 19s, I don't know. I guess they're just so easy that everybody runs right past them. I don't think you even get anything for this. Not a thing. Oh, you got 15 Void Light Merrill. Alright. Just for the quest. Well, no 20s. Not a single 20 listed right now. That's crazy. There's a pretty big gap between 13 and 16. With like nobody right now, it feels. That's crazy. Surprised to hear that. Why didn't you go for a 19 seat to get resilient? That's a great idea. What the fuck? I can't believe I didn't think about that. Could be the times I play though. What time do you play normally? I think a lot of people are bottlenecked at 18. I'm working on 18 resilient, and you get a very broad range of skill in my group. That's a very generous way to describe that situation, yeah. Oh, you play at midnight, damn. Or later than midnight, probably. I predict several successful 19s and 20s today. You want to put some money on it? How much you got? Rares everywhere. Someday we're gonna get a mount. When is that happening? What's the record for most spans in a row? Oh, I'm not sure about that. We probably came close to it yesterday. You love those 3 a.m. dungeons. Some of the best submissions were super late dungeons. There was a crazy one that Cop sent me. I think it was Dragonflight Season 2 or 3. That he did at like 4 a.m. or something like that. The mount will happen before an invite. Yeah, I mean, at this rate, maybe. Somehow we're still getting new transmog too. Is it all one pool or is it individual transmog from each rare? $17 to $18 felt like the point where we had to start actually learning specifics. Can't imagine that being a fun place to start pugging. Or to be stuck pugging, oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like pugging is like all relative. There's never really going to be a place that is fun to get stuck, you know what I mean? But I don't really feel like it's ever unfun to be stuck. It's just not fun to not, like, you know, it feels like you're not really making any progress. That's the part that isn't fun. I don't mind doing the dungeons over and over again, even though Seed's not a super fun dungeon at the beginning, especially. Wow, it's great motivation to fix your sleep schedule. Oh yeah. Wait, why? It's better to get faster queues, but I don't know what that means. Definitely wouldn't recommend playing the hours I play if you're only looking to pug. Seems like way more activity in the evening. Some of my best keys have been early in the morning. Oh, really? I'm surprised to hear that. Or do you mean like really late at night, as in early in the morning? That I'm not surprised by. If you mean like 9 a.m. or something. Would you get invited more if you played Bear? Oh, obviously, yeah. What was your experience with Nexus Point, Zenith? Always that one in Seed that capped my resilient level. I like Nexus Point. I had some trouble with it when we were doing 18 resilient. But I think we got that all figured out. Most of my best keys are 2 a.m. Yeah, 6 a.m. Huh? Oh, PST. Whoa. That's surprising. I mean, that's not that different from when we were playing, but I don't really feel like there's, like, if we start the stream too early, there's just nothing. Like, you can just see, there's like a dead zone, it feels like. 9 a.m. my time is usually like a dead zone, but you're saying the otherwise? Jazz always tells me he can't wait to see the 2 a.m. IO gain screenshot. Oh, yeah. Well, because, like, he's asleep and then he wakes up and you gain a bunch of score. That's funny. We called those unemployment hours back in the day. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess probably a lot of people are in that boat. I never liked playing late at night. I always felt like I was tired even if I wasn't, like, ready to sleep. Anytime after normal raid hours, like past midnight, that was it. I'm never going to do any competitive content that late. You don't have to keep adding the channel, by the way. But anyway, for the first week of season 2 in August, will you bless us with extended raid hours, stream hours? I guess. Yeah, I mean, depending on when it comes out and what's going on, I normally do, right? If you're asking, am I gonna sleep schedule? What? I'm not gonna stay up late or something, but yeah, we normally stream a lot more the first week of a season. What I normally do is just stream on like Saturday and Monday or something like that. But who knows? I mean, we'll see what happens. It looks like the seasons are going to line up really well this time, though. Like, if the season actually starts late August, that's fucking perfect. Because then the basketball season will still be like 2 months away, and there won't be really I don't think there'll be anything going on basketball-wise at all in August. But maybe I'm wrong about that. But I doubt it. I think it would probably be totally free outside of just me playing. And then by the 6 months from August would be right at the end of the season again, you know? So it actually sounds like it's going to work out really well. Season 3 might be a problem if it actually starts in late February, but I think late February we're totally done at that point. For some reason, getting instant decline from content that I'm qualified for makes me unreasonably grumpy. Oh yeah, you gotta realize that they're not. Well, sometimes they are, but very rarely are they declining you. They're just not taking you, you know? They're taking somebody else. Once you can look at it that way, you'll realize it's like, well, yeah, it's very normal. I mean, people treat the whole world like this now, but you just gotta just keep trying, you know, cycle through until you eventually get somewhere. People do that with dating and shit now, you know. Difference from being declined and not getting invited. Yep. Every time I decline someone, it's personal, you know. I mean, when they go out of their way to click decline when they're still looking. Why do you think they do it, though? What do you think the reason is? I run my own keys. I know when I queue, I'm a windwalker, so I'm going to get declined, so I run my own keys. Gotcha. Saw Jambo's key last night and thought, oh, I've seen this guy on stream. Oh, Jambo's a legend here, yeah. The funniest thing that me and Jambo have been through is that he seems to always be around when there's some, like, I guess he's the only one who ever lets me know that he's around when there's something going on, like, involving my channel that's not on my channel. He was around when it happened with Grawl, he was around when it happened with Max, and he was around when it happened just the other night with that warrior guy that I don't know. Can't remember his name, but he's always like, I wake up and there's like 10 messages from Jambo, and I know, oh, somebody was doing something related to this channel that I wasn't around for. There's a ton of DPS who apply, so the most likely scenario is you are declined. I think hitting decline is a favor because you can only queue 5 at a time. That's actually kind of true, yeah. I'm not sure I would say a favor, but it's definitely not, like, shouldn't be looked at as a punishment. Like, you languishing in a queue for 5 minutes or whatever is definitely not, it's definitely not better. I feel like most of the times, like probably like 90% of the time I get invited, it's within the first minute of being in the queue. Was it Pilov? No. I don't remember the guy's name, but it's a tank. I'd rather be instantly declined than sitting in queue. You know you aren't getting in for 5 minutes. The thing that bothers me is, like, if you sign up to the same group again and they just like spam decline you or something like that, then I always just message the person like, you know, why? But outside of that, not really that big of a deal. If they're actually taking people, you know. I decline people so they don't have to sit there in the queue. Like Running Shoe says, I always get a lot of DPS queuing up and decline people based on our comp. Yeah, it's... How long does it normally take you to fill? I guess. Because there's kind of... You know, if it's going to take you like less than a minute to fill, then I don't think you need to decline anyone, but... I accidentally went to Eastern Plaguelands. Or Western? Eastern. It's like jealousy. It makes no sense, but it hits super hard sometimes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I feel you. Eventually, you'll become desensitized to it. I think once you've done your own key a lot, you'll start to realize the situation more. I had that problem when I was never doing my own key like years ago, but since Resilient, we've done our own key a ton, and it's like, yeah, totally different situation. In the mail. Probably mining nodes or something I didn't pick up all the way. You coach a certain position in basketball? I don't think it really works that way in high school. But if it did, I would want to coach the bigs. But no, I don't like. It's not like in. You might be thinking maybe like in football, how there's like defensive coordinator and shit like that. There's not like that in basketball. Once the game starts in basketball, I keep the stats. I don't even do like actual like direct coaching during the game. Like I don't call a timeout or something. But in the practices, I was last season at least working with our bigs. I really like those kids, man. Those two kids from last year, I'm gonna miss them. We're not gonna have any big players at all this year. It sucks. We just criminally underutilized them and didn't develop them, and it was really frustrating to me because they could have fucking carried us places and we just didn't do anything with them. Just didn't run offense through them. It's so rare to have two skilled bigs, I feel like, in the 9th grade level. Coach high school, yeah, 9th grade. It's a bit more soul crushing when you're pugging a raid IMO as a DPS. If you die because tank didn't hold aggro or a healer didn't heal you, they tend to kick you anyways. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, dying is the worst mistake, so regardless of why. Missed 21 world record by 35 seconds for 4 deaths. Nice. What else? Yeah, I don't decline. I let him sit. Had 2 death threats in the War Within, and when declining, which was interesting. Yeah, I think honestly, like yeah, that's what I said before. Like I think unless it's gonna take you like 20 minutes to fill, I don't really think you should be declining people like regularly, because I don't know. I get you saying it's like a generosity to decline them, but like, is the key gonna take that long to fill? If you're doing like a 20, yeah, maybe. But if you're doing like a 15 or 10 or something, like, yeah, just fill it up. Hard getting invites? Oh yeah. We got 1 invite and then we were kicked because the guy was unhinged about the red stuff. This is like bugged again, right? We have to... Can't remember what has... We have to reload or something. Have you ever considered playing a meta tank? Yep. Clicking that wrong button. Tried Druid or Monk this season? Nope. Nah, no interest in alts right now. Any good DPS will want to see the route so they can plan their CDs accordingly. See, no, it's the opposite. You think you're a good DPS, but you're actually not. You think you're planning your CDs, but you're actually not. Things are going to go wrong. Things are going to get desynced. Like, the thing about the route, you don't know how long the packs are going to take, so how do you plan your CDs? You're going to sit on them for minutes at a time? Well, no. First of all, you're also wrong about that, and I literally just showed that example being wrong today, so I don't know. I guess maybe you weren't here for it. They are not trying to plan around me. They're trying to manipulate me into doing what they want. That's why they're asking about it. It won't be minutes at a time. It would be, yeah. Why wouldn't it be? What do you mean? Yeah, so that's terrible. Why would you sit on your CDs? Slowing the key down. This is exactly why I don't link routes, because it puts people in this situation where they think they need to sit on CDs. You should not be sitting on CDs. There's like maybe 1 or 2 specs in the game right now that are like super CD dependent, but everything else, if you're not using your CDs the maximum amount of times, you're losing massive amounts of DPS over the course of the run. Well, you do know how long if you play on your CDs. Also, assuming things will go wrong is bad gameplay. That's just how the game works, brother. How many keys have you done that went perfect? And it's not even... it's an assumption because it happens every single key. It's not like, oh, I am assuming these guys are idiots. No, I'm assuming that the fucking game is hard and we're going to have mistakes at some point and you're not going to know when those come. Like, I mean, just look at all the seats we've done. Outside of me dying to the trash, it's always something different. Like, sometimes we wipe to one boss, sometimes we wipe to the next boss, sometimes the fucking people stand in a puddle, you know what I mean? Like, how could you ever be sure? I don't want to say I know. Yo, do you want to get in Discord, Schways? Because I think you're missing something here. I think it'd be a good conversation. Let me know if you're interested. I'd love to have the conversation. This one's pretty cut and dry, I feel like, so I think you're just missing the conversation. Do you ever sit on the seat? No, that's one thing I've never done. It's actually kind of interesting. A main unholy DK. You sit on army for more than 15 to 20 seconds. You're almost for sure slowing the key. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know how long everybody's CDs are now, but this ain't the old days where you're going to pull a pack that if you don't have CDs up for, you're going to wipe. And it's just like, you sit on your CDs, even if it's like 50% less uptime, that's, you know, that's got to be like huge amounts of DPS overall lost. If not for offensive CDs, it could be for defensive. There are certain pulls, especially in Magisters, where you need to have a personal or you won't live. That's a better point, definitely. A much better point, but you're still not going to know it's going to be up. Like, my original point was like, you're not going to know it's going to be up. So here's the question to you. If you knew a hard pack was coming, but something goes wrong in the pack prior, are you going to use your defensive CD there? How do you say the triumvirate part? I say it like triumvirate. More important to live the current pack than save for next pack. Exactly. Exactly. Anybody disagree with that?
A mass of void energy has appeared at the gates of Silvermoon.
Think of it that same way with DPS. Yes, if I think I will die, then I will of course press personals, and then the next pack becomes a problem to solve. There you go. So just treat all packs like that instead. Think on your feet. Flow, go with the flow, you know what I mean? You'll be a way better player and a way better pugger. Instead, well, you're putting this situation, like you're putting this situation here where if things don't go exactly as you planned, you're making mistakes that you didn't expect to make, you know what I mean? And you don't know how to recover from them. Instead, if everything was just like, well, let's just see what happens, we'll do our best, you know? you're going to become far more or far less dependent on other people playing well and things going the way you expect them to. So that's what I try to just do in keys. Like, there's no like I said before with that shaman, it's like he's trying to have control over something he doesn't have control over. Like, you don't have control over, brother. I'm sorry. Even if I fucking link this to you right now, it may not go the way it looks like it's gonna go on paper. So what? Then you're gonna be mad at me? You know what I mean? Like I'm sorry. You don't have control over the route, dude. It's in your best interest to submit to that fact and just try your best. And obviously, you can succeed doing that. Like, this is not like chess or something like that, where you make one wrong move and you lose. Technically, he had control over it. No, he doesn't have control over it. He wants to have control over it, so he could try to find like a sycophant who's going to do exactly what he wants, and maybe he'll eventually get it. But at the end of the day, they still have full control over it. He can't pull the packs and live it. What else? If you just die in the next pack 100% without an external, it's just a damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? No, that's never going to happen, though. What else? Is this another why you don't share the route conversation? Correct. Nick, welcome. People do give me crap when I don't put Link Totem down when they think it's best. Yeah, there you go. No keys played by humans go perfect, even at the top. Players miss globals, kicks, and have bad cooldown utilization. Those mistakes just get punished more the higher you go, yep. So instead of trying to, like, strategize around everything being perfect, you should strategize around things being imperfect and figuring out how to make the imperfection work. What is even going on here? That's the way I would recommend it, and that's the way, that's like the only way I've ever seen pugging work. People who are able to play well together on the fly are going to succeed in the pug world, and people who aren't are going to get fucking destroyed. And that was really a skill that I picked up from raid leading all these years. Like, originally, I wasn't the raid leader. I wasn't the one, like, deciding what the strategy was going to look like. And I didn't realize how difficult that actually was when I started doing it. And then the first raid I ever did it for was Firelands. And when I did it in Firelands, I, like, put a ton of fucking effort into, like, every second. Like, okay, this fight's going to be 7 minutes and 30 seconds long, so here's what we're going to do at second 16, you know what I mean? And then I realized it's like, you just can't do that. Like, you have to have a general structure, and you have to have the ability to think on your feet too. You have to have both. And that's in raids. Like, we're talking about 5 minutes combat, you know what I mean? So when you're talking about 20 to 30 minute, or more like 30-minute combat, there's one mistake could add a minute to the key, and that could still be salvageable. But if you just assume that it can't be salvageable because it didn't go perfectly, you're never going to succeed. Instead of, trying to make it work, people just give up because it's like, well, that didn't go exactly how I wanted it to, so that's it. And that's really bleeding over into the quitting culture as well. Talk to the game.
Thank you, champion. The remnants of the void have been repelled for now.
Matt, thanks for the sub. It can be a waste to use CD if a pack is below a certain threshold and the major threats are dead, just to save 5 seconds, but the next pack takes forever. Oh yeah, I'm certainly not recommending using like a major CD with the pack under like 10% health or something like that. Yeah, so certainly, I think like in general, you should always just use your CD at the start of every pack. If you did that, that would be fine by me. But sometimes, like, you know, a CD like Van Blood could have huge impact. And if I only, you know, if I waited to use it, I'd be missing out on dozens of uses throughout the course of the dungeon, and that would ultimately make the key more stressful. So it's the same way with DPS, you know. If you have like a 1-minute CD and you're saving that, you're not using that every minute, then yeah,
Metro, what do
it's
you
just
think is
not
the
right way
best
to do it, it
healer
feels like,
for
though.
Mythic Plus? Blood Death Knight.
Thanks a lot, brother. Vamp Blood tier, I really appreciate you.
I offer rare goods from distant lands. Come back anytime.
Oh, that's a go in there. That old one, it actually doesn't look very good. It's like kind of glossy now. That's weird. But still a cool color.
Everything has a price, if you are willing to pay it.
What are thoughts on like Unholy Sunday or something? What is that? What do you mean? You mean playing the spec Unholy? No thoughts on that. I don't think I could really enjoy DPS.
Many deals for a friend of the Rumble like you. May your feet
But if there was
find
some
good
parallel universe where I could, it would be very interesting to see how much easier it is to get into keys as an Unholy DPS as it is a tank. I'm not going to say I'm going to do well on Unholy, but I think it wouldn't even matter. I think I would be, like, I'm not that good at Blood as it is, but I think I would be, like, 50% worse as Unholy, and I think I would perform, like, the stats on the success would go up if I was Unholy. Because it'd be way easier to get carried as Unholy than it is as Blood. Way, like, 100 times easier, probably. But yeah, that's just not, I just don't do that. It definitely wouldn't be instantly invited, but it would probably be more than this. And it would, like I said, it wouldn't, like, there wouldn't be that situation we had with the shaman, right? Like, that's certainly not going to exist. Because then nobody's asking me about shit. They don't care what I'm doing. Yeah, I probably could play Unholy one button. That's what I was saying yesterday. I think it'd be good content. For you, not for me. I don't enjoy it. Plus, it would really feel like that's just, like, yeah. I don't really feel like that would be the right thing for the channel. Because I'm going to be in there getting carried. That's not, I don't want that look, you know? I try to typically avoid being carried, but sometimes it happens. Working on Resilient 18 is Unholy right now. Oh, yeah. It's got to be frustrating trying to get into keys at these higher levels. Yeah, like we were just saying, I don't really find it frustrating. I mean, luckily with the stream, you know, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Obviously, it's better to get keys, but I was playing Feral at one button and got damn near carpal tunnel. Well, yeah, to be honest, that would actually be the biggest issue with it. Pressing one button for 30 minutes straight is brutal. Like when I did it to test it out, I had to put it on multiple keys just so I can keep my fingers like pressing different keys. That's the whole reason why I stopped playing Prop Pally years ago, was because pressing Judgment 150 times, you know what I mean? It's just brutal over and over and over again. My fingers ended up hurting. I found Unholy to be pretty low DPS in Pugs. Could just be a side effect of being meta. Oh, really? Oh, you mean like when other people were playing it? Yeah, that's not my experience. They're like the top damage right now, it looks like. But maybe I don't have stats to support that. I don't know. That shaman invited me again. Ooh. That's funny. Make sure you record it. Is Frost actually bad, or is it just not as strong as Unholy? I think it's not as strong as Unholy, and that makes it look bad. I haven't seen a... yeah, I guess I don't really remember, but we've been playing with less Unholy recently, I think. But yeah, in general, they've been good for us. Pretty crazy that Death Knight has been in the meta comp for 3 seasons straight. Oh, really? Yeah, it's all just been a tuning thing too, right? Because they're nothing's changed about what their kit is over those. Like before that, they were the worst. Like you would like in BFA, Death Knight DPS was like a joke. Like it wasn't like if you played Death Knight DPS, you were laughed at. Them and Red Pally were like the same way. There was no use case for them in any competitive key. And I always said like, well, they have grip, you know what I mean? But it's still like nobody ever valued that enough to invite one as a DPS. They didn't even, I don't even know if this is still true. Maybe it is still true. But yeah, they only used to have 1 charge of grip as well. Whereas Blood would have 2. That may still be true. I don't know though. Yeah, now I guess it's their defensives that have propelled them forward. But I think that's not enough. Typically they need good offense too. At the end of BFA there was a bug that made them good. Oh really? What was it? I remember they were slowly like rising because of the Azurite trait that you could stack a bunch of shit with, and then like there was like quadratic scaling, like the old enhanced shaman shit. I remember they in like the MDI or something like that, they pulled the whole room into Gruul or whatever that guy's name was, and Grawl or whatever, Growl. I don't know how you say it. The guy in Waycrest, they'd pull that whole room and they would do like I could still remember Agura like freaking out about it on that cast. But that was just that one Azeroth trait. But it was like really, really, really bad in like a regular setting. Like if you weren't benefiting from the quadratic scaling, you weren't doing anything at all. Any DPS that can survive high keys basically by themselves will be good. Oh yeah. Maybe for that, yeah, but like I don't think that would be enough typically. Like I don't think their defense has improved that much since those days. I think the biggest thing is that they're also the top damage. It's not that the defensives have improved, it's that other defensives have gotten worse. Oh, would you say that? That's interesting. I don't know that I share that perspective, but yeah, that does make sense. That could be true, I suppose. AMS always, yeah, always strong, right? Well, I'll sign up, but they don't want me, it looks like.
The corruption is gone, but they have left their mark on our lives.
Last time Death Knight wasn't meta was the War Within Season 1, and they were meta for about half that season until Frost was nerfed and replaced by Enhance. Oh, really? Do you quantify, like, when you say that, do you mean, like, they're one of the 3 best DPS, or do you mean, like, they're very good and they could be in keys? Maybe they're not in every key, like, I think it's, like, kind of weird, because, like, DPS meta is so strange, like, AUG is certainly not meta at low keys, but it's in all the high keys. And then somehow nobody's playing a Warlock anymore, but that to me seems like the best DPS, you know what I mean? It's kind of weird. I don't really, I feel like Pug DPS meta doesn't really make any, there's like no consistency. I think there's like 5 or 6 specs that are all really good, and you just pick whichever one seems to be the best, maybe the highest IO who signs up or something like that. But there's not usually ever one that's like, oh yeah, no, that's all we want. Like it would never take 3 Death Knights, right? Even though that would probably actually be the best option for DPS. They have been in the meta comp for basically the last 3.5 seasons. They are really defensive and always have good damage in general. Get you. Yeah, so you mean like at the top end, basically. Well, we have Observational Evoker. So I talked about this a ton. I would like to try to get the 1%. So I won't be able to play anything but this character. But if we fall way behind it, then I will, I guess I will stop. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sure. Not making plans that far out yet. I don't even have the character leveled though, and I don't have any interest or time to level it right now, so probably not. I think it's important to qualify what meta we are referring to because they differ quite a bit. Well, what I just meant was like it's not really possible to have the exact same comp every pug key, you know what I mean? Like that's very, very unlikely that you're gonna find the exact same comp every single key. So I think most people probably don't look at the way that like the top group looks at it. That's up to 37.22. How much did it go up since yesterday? I think it went up like 10 points, so yeah. Yeah, we're probably gonna just like totally fall out of it within the next week. So, yeah, maybe you guys will get your wish, I don't know. Hope you're getting a key. Hate to see you play the LFG simulator. I don't mind it. Yeah, I don't mind it. I think like a lot of people think I'm mad or something. I don't mind it at all. Yeah, it's not obviously what we want, but it's not really a problem. I think of meta as top 3. That's what attracts the rerollers. Oh, yeah, but see, there isn't really a top 3. That's the thing. Like you're not always gonna have the exact same 3 DPS. That would be, yeah, that's just not most effective tactics available at that point. You know what I mean? That's you waiting for an hour basically to get the exact comp. Most people are. I think most people are probably satisfied with like 1 of 5 damage dealers. And then that's what I meant, like, when you talk about a single spec, like, I don't think there can be one single spec that's meta, quote-unquote, because there's always 3, and nobody ever takes the same one 3 times. So that tells you that there's always value in other comps and combinations of things. It's going to speed up when next patch hits. Yeah, well, hopefully we'll, you know, back, once we get more power, we'll be back to getting some more invites or something, but I just need to get this seat, honestly. Like, I had the seat, we'd be fine. Because then we can do our own key and just, you know, whatever. Even if we failed every single 20 we did, at least we'd have keys. But doing an 18 right now seems, that's just totally pointless. If we didn't have seat, it would be a totally different situation. Hey man, how are you? I tried all tanks and realized Blood Death Knight is missing 2x Vamp Blood, and then it will be fine compared to the rest. You want... What are you saying? I mean, I don't know if... Yeah, I don't know anything about that, but that sounds crazy. There's a lot of interactions with Vamp Blood, don't forget. That would be pretty crazy. You basically have Vampiric Blood up 100% of the time if you had 2 charges of it. It doesn't appear that the borrowed power is something big on a 2 charges of Vamp Blood. That would be... No, that would be weird. I don't know what the point of that would be. I think what they could use is like procs of it, but we already have procs of Rune Weapon. Everyone getting 5 more pieces of 298 loot will help. Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess that's another reason why I'm gonna fall behind then. People are gonna end up out-gearing me like crazy. I'm in the 20 to 21 key range, and basically 95% of groups are either physical comp or meta comp. And that's what I mean, those 2 different comps, yeah. It's not always the same 3 DPS. I think procs would be the best way to solve it. But if you were able to just go Vamp Blood, Umbilicus, Vamp Blood, Umbilicus, Vamp Blood, because it gets up almost every 45 seconds, you know? That's like, you would have almost 100% uptime. You use beard care? No. I just like wash my face with soap, that's it. I don't know, like, do people use like shampoo or something on their beards? Yeah, I don't think it doesn't even really make sense, I don't think, to have 2 charges of Vamp Blood. There's too many interactions that are already like Vamp Blood dependent. What's going on with that? Can't get that mining node. I'm interested to see what they do with tier sets next raid. Historically, sets get way stronger further into the expansion. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you mean like what they actually provide? That'd be cool. We'll see that somewhat soon, I assume. I will say Blood is in a rough spot since they are looked at as one of the worst tanks, and Death Knight is really strong as DPS. Yep. Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. Yeah, a cheat death trinket would be cool, yeah. That was always really powerful whenever Blood had a cheat death trinket. But there's only a few packs in the dungeon that really challenge Purgatory nowadays. Even the hardest dungeons. It's just unfortunately a lot of them come back to back right now. That's been the biggest issue. Like Sky Reach's difficulty is all back to back to back. Same thing with Seat. Mycera's Cavern really too, yeah. The beginning. The end, you know, it's like there's not even a hard pull back there. I always love the grips when I play with Death Knight. Yeah, that's the best part. With the patch, next patch coming up in like 2 weeks, I think it's really lining up for late August patch launch and Tuesday after BlizzCon season release. Gotcha. Yeah, well, like I said, as long as it's before October, the season starts, that's perfect for me. But then once the basketball season starts, it's going to become... Well, I'm still going to stream, obviously, because the kids have school, but things are going to get tight again. Going to having to miss streams here and there. Really, it's like December. That's when things get really weird. Because then the kids don't have school, and we're expected to practice in the afternoons and the mornings. Death Knight DPS do have 2 grips now. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's good. I figured they must, but I wasn't sure. You teach in addition to coaching? No. I used to do tutoring a couple years ago, but I didn't get any like clients or whatever, so I stopped bothering. I guess there's probably a lot of people looking to do it. I did like math tutoring and science tutoring for like two kids the 1 year, and it was like pretty. I felt pretty rewarding, but that was it. All those people complaining about not enough tanks, this is the perfect example of how false that is. It's just like they lack insight to realize that it's like for some reason just low issues, you know? Something they got a spec into, right? Yeah, it's a talent in the Death Knight tree, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. It's this talent, yeah. Death's Echo, right, of course. Forgot about that. Can't even imagine not having that talent. But I'm sure as a DPS you feel the same way. Because it was an essence, right? In BFA, that was the first time we ever had 2 charges of grip, I think.
The Twilight's blade have been opening rifts in the hope of
It was the
summoning
PvP essence.
Strike quick.
I think it was like a PvP talent. I don't remember how those even worked. I think they gave you a PvP talent or something. They used the sigil shell. What, you mean instead of the double grip? Oh. Oh, brother, I thought that you were responding to what we were talking about. My bad. What keys are you running today? Today, none. Are we 2 hours into the stream already? An hour and 45 minutes into the stream already. We've not entered a key yet. Today we're running no keys. This might, yeah, it might be the first stream. Yeah, that's never actually happened. We've never done no keys in a stream. That's very possible. Do you ever stream in the evenings? Nope. Well, not never, but like regularly, no. At the beginning, like I say, in the beginning of seasons, beginning of expansions, I'll try to make time for it, but reliably, I'm not available. And then obviously, once the basketball season starts, I'm definitely not available. Did that guy ever reply? These people leave these weird comments and then they never reply. Are they meta blocking you, bro? I guess that's one way to put it, yeah. No, no reply. The guy says, this was on yesterday's stream, he says, I thought this guy was a professional streamer and basketball coach. Regardless of his wild play, I can't believe he lives with his parents with his graying hair and gray beard. Life must be hard in the US. That said, I was born in the 80s, so maybe I have an out-of-touch opinion. What? Why can't you believe? I don't get it. What is the point of making that comment in the first place? You scared Sways off? Yeah, that dude. Another fucking coward. Everybody has these strong opinions, but they never have any interest in actually talking about them. What does the 80s have to do with that? I'm not entirely sure, but I think the guy's saying that, like, you know, when he grew up, it was normal to, like, not ever live with your parents. And I agree that, I mean, that's kind of how I grew up, too. I just don't adhere to that. But I think, like, nowadays, it's, like, far more common for families to live together. My mom tells me stories when she was young that, like, the whole family unit, like, lived together. Like, everybody, like, 7 or 8, you know, multiple generations all lived together. Like, her you know, like, her previous generations were like that. And it's like, that sounds way better to me. I don't know. It's fucking way better. Like, especially if you're... You know what I mean? Like, if there's a couple women and they need the help of a couple men, you know what I mean? Like, it seems like you can become like a small team at that point, you know what I mean? I think that would be way better. Amazing when your life is more interesting than theirs. Seems like you make everything correct, so yeah. I just don't know what the point of that comment is. I always get confused by these people who comment on my age. It's like, what does that have to do with anything? I think it'd be like I don't know why that even gets brought up. I said it the other day on stream, but I feel like there's like this weird linear correlation with like how inexperienced they are in real life to how they feel about my age. Like, the best example I ever have of it. Yesterday, there's this kid, he's gonna be a junior next year on the basketball team. He's kind of an idiot, to be honest, but he's all right. I don't hate him, but he has a little like younger brother, and I never met this kid before. I didn't even know who he was, but he was at the courts yesterday, and I didn't even realize it was him. Like, I didn't even know who it was, but we were playing, and the kid just wouldn't go away. Like, he just kept trying to get in the game, even though he's like fucking not. I don't even know that he's 4 feet tall. He's like really small, and they just let him play. And then he was just being insanely rude to me. Like, he kept whipping the ball at me and kept calling me old man and insulting me and shit over and over again. And then somebody told me who he was. I was like, oh, that makes total fucking sense. Now I know exactly what's going on. But that was like the best example. Like, kid was probably like 10 years old or 11 years old. And he just has like negative respect because he thinks I asked him, how old do you think I am? He goes, I think you're 70. I was like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, I mean, like, that makes total sense. Like, total sense. But yeah, no, that was the best example of it I think I've seen. To say 70, it's like, wow, okay. Like, I said, like, a lack of experience would lead you to believe that I'm older than I am. But to think, like, okay, so you think I'm just, like, playing basketball this well at 70 years old? Like, I mean, okay, you're, like, as noob as it gets, I guess. I don't know. To a 10-year-old, a 50-year-old, and a 30-year-old may as well be identical. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, that's how this got brought up yesterday, because I was saying, like, the closer you are to my actual age, the more likely you'll be to be able to guess my age. But the further away you are from it, mostly in the south direction, but I guess maybe in the north direction too, the less likely, like, the way more off you're going to be. You know what I mean? The way more off you're going to be. And so, like, a bunch of our kids on our 9th grade team, they think I'm in, like, my 50s or 60s. And it's like, okay. But then I talk to the seniors, and they think I'm in maybe my 40s or late 30s, which I am. And then, like, I talk to other adults, and they're like, they think I'm the right age. You know what I mean? So there's some linear correlation here to, like, how a noob you are in real life, that you are, like, so unaware of how old people are. Like, because to say 60, I mean, brother, I mean, come on, man. Do you know a 60-year-old basketball player? Like, it's just stupid. It doesn't even make sense. Like, but you would only say that because you have no idea what ages of things are. You know what I mean? And then for that kid to say 70, it's like, okay, like, come the fuck out. There's no 70-year-olds playing basketball like I am, dude. Like, that's crazy. Doesn't even make sense. But anyway, yeah. I just thought that was funny. LeBron plays well at 70. Yeah, great example. EQs are pretty dead now. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of them. They're just not getting invites. Actually, probably the most keys we've seen of the 3 streams this week. Does the commentary about your age become fatiguing? No, not at all. Like I said, on the basketball court, I love it because it means they're underestimating me. Anybody who thinks I'm, like, older than I am is that's fucking perfect. That's an advantage that I can't train. You know what I mean? Like, could you imagine, like, this is gonna sound really stupid, but could you imagine if, like, we were in some kind of, like, super serious competition and they, like, took me, like, for granted because they thought I was too old? Like, you can't train that advantage. There's nothing I can do to train that advantage. You know what I mean? That would be like if for some reason, like, I was in a state championship game against kids who thought I was in my 60s. Like, that's fucking free buckets, dude. Like, they're gonna get destroyed, and then they're probably gonna fight with each other when the 60-year-old is beating them. You know what I mean? Because that happens all the time. Like, I play with these kids who don't really play basketball. One of them is the kid's brother, his friends. They always play together. There's like 5 of them, and there's one, the kid, who's really fucking good, and then the other 4 are just fucking god awful. But he always makes them feel really bad about themselves. And then they just start fighting with each other. Like, how the fuck you letting the 50-year-old kill? But, like, you know, it's like, okay. But yeah, that's what I say always to it. It's like, okay, so is it better or worse if I'm 60 and I just totally destroy you in basketball? Is that better or worse? Like, I think that's way worse. I think you're insulting yourself by saying that, right? Jay Billis always says this about, there was this, like, it was happening all the time about 5 or 6 years ago, but I guess it still happens. When every, like, tall player scores on smaller players, they do this thing where they're like, I can't really do it because I'm sitting down, but, like, they'll, like, hold their hand all the way down close to the floor. Like, if they're saying, like, you're too small to guard me, right? But it's like, well, that's just making your own accomplishments invalid, right? Like, if you're saying the guy's so small that he can't guard you, then you should score every time, right? So it's, like, kind of the same thing. It's like, oh, you're saying I'm too old to play basketball, but I'm literally destroying you. Like, you're fucking trash. Another 40 years from now, I'll probably still be better than you, you know? So is that actually a good thing? Like, do you want to say that about me? Because I don't think that's really working the way you think it's working. Sounds like Austin Reeves, how he says that they would think he sucks because he's white. Oh yeah, well, that's a whole different story. I don't live in an area with particularly a lot of different diversity, so I don't think that happens here, but yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, a few places where I do play, I think I do get, like, it is unfortunate. There's also like the other side of it, because like I think there's a lot of like younger kids who just wouldn't want to play with me. Like if I basically like in pickup basketball, like you have to get on a team, obviously. So it's a little bit like, I guess, cues and WoW. Like people don't want to play with you because they think you're old or something like that. That has happened and it's become an issue. Oh, MK Ultra, what's up? I'm intrigued. Who was the kid? You said it made sense when you knew who he was. Wait, what do you mean? It was one of the players on our team, on our varsity team. Or, well, our junior varsity this year, but now varsity. He's got like a really weak attitude, and he's gotten a bunch of ejections and technicals, and he always gets in fights. Like, he's just not mentally tough right now, but he's getting a lot better at it. I like this kid. I don't hate him, like I said. Yeah, he's got some issues. He's got some anger issues, I think is probably the best way to put it. And the kid being that disrespectful to somebody he's never met just because he thinks he's old or something like that, that's like perfectly in line with what I'd imagine this other kid was like when he was that age. I don't know what that is, why they're like that, but it totally makes perfect sense. The actual kid on the varsity team was never rude to me or anything like that, though. I just want to make that clear. I've just seen him like getting ejected and doing really dumb shit in basketball games, and it's costing the team. I thought he was maybe a relative of another. It's interesting to hear you talk about that stuff. Yeah, he was a relative. Like I said, it's a younger brother of that kid. That's what I was saying. So there's a kid on our varsity team next year that he's really tall. And he's pretty skilled. I would say that he's got the wrong skill set for his size and body, but I don't think it really matters in fucking high school single A basketball or double A basketball. So he's gonna get away with it, but he's never gonna be able to play like real basketball with that size and skill set. He basically wants to be he wants to be Steph Curry, and I get it. Like, you know, a 6'4" kid is oftentimes. You know, if you're in the... My buddy was 6'4" when we were in high school. He always said, like, if I was in the NBA, I would be a shooting guard. It's like, all right, but you're not in the NBA, bro. Like, you're fucking 3 inches taller than everybody else on the court. Like, why would you not use that to your advantage? But anyway, yeah, he's a good player, but I think it's mostly just because of his height. Were you in some kind of nursing before? I was a dental assistant. They want meta for their basketball games. It's a little different than that because obviously, I mean, there's some good players that I've seen around in pickup games around the area, to be honest. But I think really the only way they're actually better than me is just because they're not fatigued after playing a bunch of games. I would say that that's really the difference between me and the younger guys that I play with. There's like a bunch of different sects of people that like, one, it's like, you know, 15 to 18 year, well, really, I should say 15 to 16 year olds, and then 17 to 18 year olds. They're really two different breeds right now at our town. But anyway, we can combine all non-graduates of high school into one bucket if we had to. And I think I always enjoy playing with them because typically they're respectful and they're fun and they're interesting to be around, and they all have unique perspectives on basketball and life. But then there's like 22 to 27 year olds that I play with, and that's a big mixed bag. I don't necessarily enjoy playing with a lot of those kids. Some of them are very, yeah, like they judge you just because of the age thing. Even when they know my age, they still think for some reason that I'm too old. And I think because of that, they don't want to play with me. So that's frustrating. I used to go to a place, I was going every Friday, but that I stopped going because it was like that. It was like, and I don't even know that it was like that exactly, but it's just, it's like, all right, listen, I get you don't want to play with me. You don't, you know, I'm not going to come here anymore. It's fine. It's too much money. $15 to play with people who don't want to play with you. It's just not fun. So, but then, and then anybody like older than that, like anybody in their 30s or older, I've had nothing but good experiences with. And that makes me feel like a fucking, like, now it's like actually interesting because now I'm playing with people who are mature and like actually adults and they have jobs and lives and stuff. And I'm like the kid, you know what I mean? Like, cause I don't have fucking anything going on. Like I'll be around 24/7. Like whenever they want to play, yeah, I'm around, no problem. I'm here. You know what I mean? Like now I feel like the kid in the situation, even though I'm a lot of times older than them. And I'm like, you know, relatively more skilled and active than they are because I have more time to play and stuff. I'm a rock climber, and I found the younger people are usually way more insufferable. Anyone under 18 usually full of bravado and holier than thou. Yeah, it's interesting. It's kind of been the opposite for me. That's what I was saying. Like, I haven't ran into anybody beside that young kid. I haven't ran into anybody in the younger grades, especially, but really anybody who's in high school at our school that is disrespectful in any way towards me. I mean, it would be fucking retarded. They would be so fucking stupid to be disrespectful because that would just hurt their basketball career. But regardless, I haven't, like, you know, nobody's done it one way or the other, even if they think they maybe could or something. They don't. But for some reason, it seems very common for the, like, 20-some-year-olds to think that it's funny to make fun of somebody who's 10 years older than you or something. And then, like I said, everybody who's actually, like, in their 30s or older that I've played with has been awesome to be around. And there's one of them. Jix, what's up? Should I be playing basketball? Oh, yeah. What do you mean? How's it going? How's your injury? When you were 18 rock climbing, I bet the older ones said the same thing about you. It's just how it works. Probably. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're going to relate that to basketball. I don't really think so, though. I don't know. It's weird because I didn't play basketball in my 20s. So I don't actually know. I was a beginner at 18. I've only ever climbed as an adult, yeah. I Sociopath says, I'd love to have a beer with you. Oh, yeah. You live near Northeast Pennsylvania? Oh, Jix got censored. Let's see what he says. Oh, no. It doesn't show up even for me, so that must have been. I am a better shot with the broken rib by a large margin. Oh, really? Why? What happened? You can probably play. I mean, like, you would have to just get hit really fucking hard in the ribs again for it to be a problem, right? Or does it hurt to even shoot? Yeah, the Spurs win, but it's an NBA win, right? Like, a blowout win. You know that next game's not going to be like that, so I don't know. The NBA is so hard to get into, man. So fucking hard to get into. It's so crazy that there can just be a blowout in a game 6. You know what I mean? Like, that is so crazy. I rock climb as well. The annoying ones are the super loud ones that cuss. I've seen many age ranges that do that. Most people are super chill. Oh, yeah. I bet I know what you mean. Like, AC Harris, thanks for sub. Like, really over the top, like, language and just yelling and shit all the time. I play basketball with a few people like that. Ironically, the ones that are like that I kind of like the most out of those. But in the 20s, you know, 27-year-old kids that are like that, it's kind of annoying. They just scream and just constantly curse and drop the N-word and shit over and over again. It's really weird. But I don't think it really bothers me as much. It's just kind of annoying because there's like a lot of loud shit and I can't always tell when something, bro, if you're ever actually hurt, I'm not gonna have any idea. Because he screams at the top of his lungs anytime there's any remote contact. It's so fucking loud, too. He's got this, like, crazy, echoey scream. And he doesn't do it for any reason other than I guess he just does, like, he just thinks it's funny or something. I don't know, but he's a very, very good player. But it's like, man, if you ever actually get hurt, I'm going to have no idea. The game 7s are usually blowouts, too. Oh, yeah. It hurts to breathe? Oh, damn. Well, then don't play. Yeah, definitely don't play. What do you mean? There's a lot of yelling and climbing gyms, so people who rage and swear loudly are cringe. Doesn't really happen much outdoors. Well, I hope not, because people are probably actually getting hurt if that's the case. The NBA is unwatchable. I've been trying to get back into it. Now that I'm coaching, I do feel like I should watch more NBA. Because pretty much everybody on our team likes the NBA and doesn't like college. Meanwhile, you broke my rib and I didn't even make a sound. The second shot I took now, the first one, I yelped like a dog. I'll admit that. Well, yeah, you had no over-the-top reaction to it, that's for sure. Yeah, I find the NBA really hard to watch too. I mean, it's really just SGA. But honestly, the Thunder in general. I think the Thunder would be a totally different team if he wasn't on that team. But yeah. Yeah, I agree with Faxi. It's like very rare that a team actually works to come back. Even though they just had an example of it in the NBA, right? The Knicks were down, what, like 20-something? And they came back. And meanwhile, the Cleveland was down that much and they just fucking gave up. Like, straight up gave up. It's just not really competitive sports at times, it feels like. It's very, very clear to me that they are professional athletes second, and it's their job first, you know what I mean? Like, they're not there to compete. They're there to get paid first. If there's any type of hindrance to their ability to get paid, they will prioritize that. They will not play unless they're 100% healthy or whatever, like definitely healthy. They will not play under certain circumstances. They will not try harder than they have to. They will not try to come back if they're down. You know, it's like very rare. Whereas in college, it's a complete fucking opposite. It's one of the craziest things about college. Like, you never know the game's over until it's over. Yeah, Pacers, actually last year's Pacers were like the best example of college mentality in NBA, right? It says more about the Cavs than the Knicks. Well, yeah, the Cavs are like literally a team bred for failure, it feels like. I don't know. I feel bad for Donovan Mitchell. It does feel rigged, and that's probably the thing that makes it the hardest to watch, because it does feel rigged. It's like very predictable. Like, you knew that the Thunder were gonna lose last night, right? Like, it was obvious. There was no, like, the game started and I didn't even really want to watch it. So I was like, it's obviously going to game 7. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what? It doesn't even, you don't even need to watch why. I always say, like, when I watch the game, I'm just on my phone for the first 3 quarters, and then I'll watch the 4th quarter. And if the beginning of the 4th quarter isn't interesting, then it's like, yeah, that's it. That's over. It's been on a lot during the Yankees games, and I just choose to watch Yankees games anymore. Yeah, I think if Halliburton didn't tear his Achilles or whatever, they probably had a really good chance. Or I guess he got hurt first, and that was the issue. And then he came through it and ended up getting really hurt. SGA looked scared last night in the first quarter. Well, there's one thing that I will say that, like, if you're going to make a case for it not being rigged, there was some moments in these games that really make it look like it's not rigged. Because I will say the other night when the Spurs were getting blown out and they took all their players out, there was some weird interaction where Wemby was talking to, I think it's one of the Plumleys. I can never, Miles Mason? One of the Plumleys. And he was talking to him like for like a couple seconds. Like, it wasn't just like good game or something. Like, he comes out of the game and he kind of like grabs the Plumlee kid and he's like, hey, blah, 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 something. You know what I mean? And then like a few seconds later of game time, Plumlee hits Jared McCain like hard as shit. Like, he fucking hits him. And I was thinking about that a lot. I was like, you know what? I know they never played together, obviously. Like, Plumlee was graduated before McCain was probably even fucking in high school. But that's 2 Duke players, and I think there's a lot of mutual respect for that, you know, if you went to the same college. So for him to hit him that hard, it really tells you that, like, there is bad blood here, and, you know, it's really not okay to be on the Thunder right now. I really feel that. Like, it's us versus them. I think almost everybody agrees with that too. Even Thunder fans probably feel that way. Like, the whole league and maybe the whole world, the whole basketball world is against the Thunder right now. And it's really frustrating, I think. You did not show your weakness to your opponent. That's the key, is to not show your weakness. That's why I try to downplay injuries. Yeah, I feel you. Been watching you since the War Within. What's your item level? I'm currently 288. NBA is just so slow. All the timeouts, the commercials, the constant reviews of plays. Okay, that's a perspective too. I don't feel that way about it, to be honest. It's a very long game, but I think it's not necessarily because of those reasons. But I can see that too, yeah. Certainly doesn't happen in college. I don't really feel like there's a lot of timeouts. I'm that they constantly don't, like, last night both teams had like 4 timeouts or something. My biggest issue with the NBA is that there's just multiple games that are not competitive. Like, the team in a best of 7 series has multiple blowouts against each other. That doesn't even make sense. That is so fucking backwards to everything I know about basketball. It doesn't even make sense. 0% chance that if my high school team plays the other team that is our rival. The other team, by the way, was very, very good this season, even though we were very, very good, and we had 4 wars against them in 2 years. Okay? But let's just imagine a scenario. Well, no, that's really even better. That's probably better, right? There's 0% chance that if we play that team 7 times, one game is going to be a blowout on both sides. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. How the fuck does that happen? The only way it makes sense to me is that either 1, the team quits because they don't feel like they need to win the game, or 2, it's fixed. That's the only way it makes sense. How do I blow you out and then 2 days later you blow me out? It makes no fucking sense from everything I've ever known about basketball. In baseball, I could see it because, you know, you string together a couple home runs and all of a sudden it's 10 runs. But in basketball, it doesn't make any sense. You should play to your average far more than not. And somehow in the NBA, that never happens. It's like constantly like that where a good team just gets blown out by another good team. And I really, really, really don't understand that to the point where it really makes me think it's fixed. And I think that is evidence for it being fixed because somebody was like, hey, Thunder, you're losing tonight. And then they just don't give a shit. They don't try. You know what I mean? That's the better example. That makes more sense to me. That's better. Because if it's because they just quit and they don't really care in the first place, that's worse. At least if they're being told to lose and then they don't care, it might suggest that they do care when they're told to play hard, you know? But one way or the other, it's just that is what makes it unwatchable at its core. And then now on top of that, you got this fucking nonsense cheating. Or this dude is like literally trying to bend every rule possible to get follow shots. He's shooting more follow shots than field goals every game. This is fucking embarrassing, dude. And then Adam Silver's like, oh yeah, no, this is fine. It's actually the refs are doing a really good job. Okay, sure thing, man. They literally just refused to give the Spurs coach a time or a challenge. Like, what? Why? What do you mean? That's not. You're not allowed to do that, dude. He wants to challenge it. How could you just say no? Like, I don't understand how that's possible. There's bad blood because Wemby deserved MVP. Well, I think genuinely Wemby's like, he's too pure for this league. Like, he played real basketball for a long time, and he's not gonna be like anything that you see from him is genuine. The number of threes people take also makes it unwatchable. Oh yeah, don't get me started on that. Watching James Harden take like 40 threes a game and miss fucking 19 of them, it's like, or that's not a good stat, obviously, but you know what I mean. 20 threes a game and miss 19 of them, that's crazy. Like, brother, you're actually an incredible slasher. Like, why do you take a 3 every time you touch the ball? You're not a very good 3-point shooter. Bunch of seats all of a sudden. What else? Sometimes shots don't fall, and when you base your entire NBA on 3-pointers, falling blowouts happen. Yeah, I guess, but more. It's not like you can change, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, once you're down 15, maybe don't take threes over and over again. Like, I don't know. It just seems like they don't care to me, and I'm trying to figure out why they don't care. An average 3-point shooting for the league is about 34%, so it's pretty low average. And when you miss a lot, sometimes, so there'll be a lot of blowouts. Yeah, but you don't have to take a 3. That's what I mean. Like, I get that there's a lot of 3-point shooting in the league, but it's still not like the only way that people score. Most of the scoring is still not a 3-pointer. I wish Wemby didn't stand outside the paint for 40 minutes a game either. I think that works. I think that's the best case scenario, actually. I was talking about this the other day with somebody. I think that's the best case scenario because nobody can guard him out there. He's limiting his ability to score and maybe also, you know, it's impacting his defense. But I think that's actually their smartest decision. Like, if I was the coach, he'd be the point guard. How the fuck do you stop a 7'4" guy with the ball in his hand out there? You know what I mean? You can't shoot. You can't block a shot. It's like he's basically just playing a different version of basketball. And if you keep him in the post, it sounds like really, you know, obviously you should keep him in the post, right? But if you keep him in the post, he's going to get really banged up. And they're probably going to take cheap, shitty, like, you know, backhanded shots at him because this team's already a fucking cheater. Like, they're going to fucking break him. Like, they're going to try to hit him. That Lou Dort dude should be in, he should probably be in jail, honestly. Some of the shit he does is, like, bordering on assault. So if you let that guy be in the paint with Lou Dort, you know what I mean? His fucking career might be over. So I think in a game like this, yeah, you really do want him kind of leading the charge at the front of the offense. What's the red triangle on the top of the class logo? That guy has the lever debuff. The druid. He has the lever debuff. Wemby got a good hair pull in the last game.
The corruption and its source has vanished thanks to your decisive actions here today.
I think SGA gets so many fouls and losing is trying to hide that it's rigged to make it seem like they want him to win but still can't. Oh, you think? Yeah, I don't know how it would proliferate, frankly. But like I said, just watching the erratic blowouts like that, and just like somehow the team doesn't give a shit about getting blown out, like they don't even try. That really tells me that there's something weird going on, I feel like. And like I said, I think best case scenario there is that the game is fixed. Like, that's actually better. It's not good for me, but at least it means these fucking professional athletes still have some type of... They still care about the sport. Analytics say threes are better, so they gotta take threes. That's just the NBA now. I don't think it does, first of all. I mean, if you look at the... That's what I mean, like, if you look at the percentage of field goals versus three-point field goals, they're making more points on twos. They just... It's probably just less effort. I think that's what I mean. Like, they just don't want to try as hard. Like, a three is quick and easy, and, you know, there's some offensive styles that are around it. But, I don't think, like, when you're down 20, you should just be launching threes over and over again. He's actually 7'6". He just doesn't say that because he doesn't want to get labeled as one of the guys that's too tall to play. Oh, yeah. My healer let me die the entire key, and now my gear is broken. How do I repair? What you got to do, first of all, is you got to press the enter key and then type this. Once you type that, that'll be the first step. Yeah, that's, I mean, they're already taking hard shots at him, so... If he was just sitting down in the paint the whole time, they'd be fucking, his season would be over.
The wilds of Eversong Forest are being influenced by unstable energies. Purge.
Yeah, and then after you do that, then you hit the record button. Yeah, you see this button here? That one, you press that one. Kind of shocked that I'm not getting invited to these 19 seats. That was pretty reliable, at least. Getting invited to a 19 with 3,700 score. Oh, it's Mexa. Analytics say efficiency is higher from what I heard. Well, all I know is, like, you can just look at the stats, you know? Like, here, let's look at the game real quick. So the Thunder went 25% from 3, and they went 37% from the field. Well, we don't actually... Wait, does it show... Oh, I don't think we can break it down by only 2s. That's the problem. You have to be able to do that. I don't think ESPN has that, unfortunately. Yeah, one way or the other. No, I don't think you can even do that, right? No, you would have to subtract it. Yeah, okay. So they made... So the Thunder made 41 shots and 15 up. So they 41 minus 15. So they made 26 2s. So that's 52 points. And 15 times 3, 45 points. You see? So they scored more points from 2 than they did from 3. And I don't actually know what their percentage was, but it doesn't look like it was that good, to be honest. It was way better than the Thunder, at least. But yeah. It's hard to get into 20s at the moment. Even has a Resto Shaman with 3 20s timed. I'm still playing the Looking for Group Q Finder, yeah. Analytics are ruining all sports, not just basketball. Freaking nerds, get out of sports. Damn. Baseball is really the worst, right? Damn, even I can't even get an invite to Mex's group now, bro. This is dire. We're in a dire situation. Donovan Mitchell is just having a sad career, and it's not his fault. He comes into the Jazz and goes right to the playoffs, and then they absolutely dump him into purgatory. I know, I feel so bad for that dude. That dude is actually, like, legitimately skilled, and he just keeps getting fucked on every team he's on. I also feel like, especially SGA's dumbass, you get to the free throw line much more taking 2s, which is just free points. Well, that's true too. Yeah, it's very rare to get a foul on a 3, right? It happens maybe once a game, but that's it. Damn, even Mex's Key we can't get invited to. That's crazy. Got 14 resilient. Nice, Dave. Welcome. Max wasn't the leader. Oh, wasn't he? I thought he was. Yeah, that's pretty much it. No keys at all now. Oh yeah, no worries. My bad. I thought I saw you were the leader. I was just joking around anyway. I do not blame you at all, even if you were the leader. Aldred says, been enjoying the convo. Yay, time per key. Nice. How much longer will you be streaming? No Saturday streams. No, I'll be streaming for another probably at least 2 hours. I'm working on 17 resilient, got 4 more to go. Nice. Well, if you can continually get invites, you will definitely catch up. Because we're going to be here probably for the rest of the season, it looks like at this point. Unless the new power thing really helps, and maybe we'll make one more jump. But looking at that box score, all I see is that the Thunder shot way worse than the Spurs. Oh yeah, no doubt. I was just comparing the 2s versus the 3s. That was what I was looking to do. We actually did this in our high school season this year, and it was very eye-opening. I hadn't actually realized the truth of it but we looked at the average across the nation for high school basketball. And I don't remember the exact numbers for everything, but I think it was like 57% from the field. And I think it was like 29% from 3 or something like that. And yeah, if you just take those numbers, if you think about it that way, you score far more often from 2 than 3. So to ever take a 3, you know, it's actually like not a good decision. Like it's simply a bad decision. Even if you hit the stats. Like you have to shoot well above 30% for it to be good. And at that point, you're a prolific 3-point shooter. So somebody who's not a prolific 3-point shooter should basically never take a 3. Now, if you look at like gap theory or something like that, like theoretical basketball discussions, people still say a wide open 3 is the best shot in basketball. And I can see why. It's probably because of the probability of getting a rebound is way higher. But what you would say a layup and a wide open shot in basketball are the best shots in basketball. But I still think, like, that's not true for a lot of kids. Like, maybe in college, everybody is competent enough to shoot 3s at some high clip. But, like, yeah, people ask me all the time why I don't shoot 3s, and it's like, it's just a bad idea. Like, I could score in the paint. Like, I'll shoot a 3 if I can't score in the paint. But to shoot a 3 if I can score in the paint just seems like a really dumb idea. Plus, it's less fun. I don't like shooting 3s, really, but... Yeah, that's the previous 9th grade coach. He said that to me. He said that the worst thing to happen to high school basketball was Steph Curry, and I kind of agree to him because yeah, a lot of high schoolers grew up like when he was in school. At least now, I don't think. Now the worst thing that happened to college or high school basketball is probably SGA because a lot of people are probably gonna be flopping like crazy now. But yeah, in general, I would agree. The reliance on the 3 as the main scoring threat was a problem. Everyone for a while was thinking Steph was the rule, not the exception. Yep. Well, and to be honest, you know, he's an exception to like a very slim margin. Like, yeah, he's the most prolific 3-point shooter ever, but I don't even think he's probably like... He's not that far off from like somebody else, you know what I mean? Like whoever the top 5 are all probably really close. And it's just because they take so many shots. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you look at his actual amount of shots taken, if everybody took that many shots in the NBA, I think there would be a lot of people that are that close. His game was what was so impressive to me about his game was how he's able to get the shot off in any situation. So it's funny because people think like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to shoot 100 threes a game. Great. You're not going to be able to, dude. Like, you haven't thought that through. If you make 4 in a row or whatever, like, you're done. You're not going to get another shot off. So that means you're going to be just literally throwing the basket up, or throwing the ball at the basket, basically, to get one off. He doesn't do that. He never takes a bad 3, and maybe once in a while. But especially in his prime, he never takes a bad 3. And it's because he's able to get his shot at any time. He will find a way to beat the defender and make the shot. He never takes a bad 3 like Harden and LeBron. They take these fucking awful 3s every once in a while. And it's just like, what? That's just a turnover, dude. Why the fuck would you even take that? Like Harden, I saw it like 3 or 4 times in the playoffs. He does this like stupid like stutter step and then step back. And he's... Oh, okay. And he's doing... This is going to be an interesting day. Anyway, he does these like weird moves, and they're just like totally non-competitive, but then he takes the 3 anyway. And he's got like a 6'8" guy guarding him or something, and it's like, you're just contested. Why would you even take that? I really don't, especially him, I really don't get it. I guess maybe now that he's getting older or something, it's a problem, but... Like, brother, you're one of the most prolific slashers in the NBA history. Like, why are you taking 3s ever? He's alright, but it's like, you're just wasting the possession every time you have that. Any luck with keys so far? Brother, we have not been in a key. That is now our 2nd invite all day, and we've been removed before the key started. Yeah, Luka not quite as skilled of a slasher, obviously, but... Was that the guy? who it was. It's like the whole issue with the Celtics. Why? What happened there? Steve Kerr is actually number 1 all time with 45%. Oh, really? I think I kind of mixed up two conversations there. Like, Steph Curry's not the highest percentage, but he's the most made ever, right? Is that what it is? That's what I was thinking. That he just takes a million of them. It's because most players don't, you know. Harden was the original foul baiter. Well, I don't know, because a lot of people say this about Michael Jordan. Apparently, he was fouled a lot in his career, but I don't really think he ever was baiting them. I think he just gets fouled because he was good and people will foul him. But yeah, I don't know about who the original one is, but definitely. I mean, I remember Dwayne Wade in college doing this all the time. At Marquette, he would do this. He would do that like pump fake and then jump into them thing. That was the first time I ever saw it in any basketball ever. I didn't even know it was legal at the time. Like, I thought that was not allowed or something. Like, I was like, wait. You could get a foul by initiating the contact yourself? What? Like, I didn't think that was possible. And then, like, our coach explained it to me, and he was like, well, yeah, the guy's not in a legal guarding position, so any contact with him is now a foul. I was like, wait, what? Even if I jump into him? That seems like it would be an offensive foul. I had no idea that was allowed. $52 threes a game. That's how many Steph average, or what are you talking about? Is that just a joke, or what is that? Yeah, Michael wasn't baiting. They were just trying to stop him. Yeah, that's what I meant, yeah. I know he got a lot of fouls, but I don't think he ever did anything to get them besides be good. I never really watched Jordan. Kobe was the GOAT. Yeah, I really like Kobe Bryant. I was so fucking sad when he died, man. I was so fucking sad. I mean, I was sad when he got injured and retired, but Kobe was, like, yeah, if there was one professional basketball player that I admired, like, more than just I watched him occasionally, it was Kobe and Dirk Nowitzki. Those two people really transformed me as a basketball player when I was young. I wanted to be Dirk so fucking bad. Like, if I could just trade my genetics and be Dirk for like 5 years and then die or something like that, I probably would have did that when I was in high school. His game was what I always wanted to be, but I was just never tall enough. Healing River, welcome back. Oh, you're talking about the Celtics with 52 threes a game. Gotcha. Steph Curry has 4,300 made threes. James Harden has 3,400. Ray Allen has 2,900, and so on. It's not even close. Oh, yeah. I live my life off Mamba mentality, and I know you see it. Yeah, no, definitely. I love that. I love that. That's my, like, yeah, a lot of respect for Kobe and that concept. That inspiration. I know he's had some troubling times outside the court, but at least on the court, I don't think there's ever more. He was kind of the best of Jordan with a whole new flair. And then, you know, teamed up with Phil Jackson and Shaq. It's like, how the fuck can you not love this? I don't know. People always used to make fun of me for liking the Lakers, but I always loved it. I'd rather watch that team than any other team. I didn't think it was real. I was working and everyone's just coming in and talking about it. Dirk flu game. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, just his ability to score, like his mid-range. Like if you ever watch me play, like I'd probably take like 19. I don't know why I keep saying random numbers. That's not gonna help anybody. But I take a ton of mid-range, like very, very high percentage of my shots are mid-range. And they're just over, like I just would just love to just shoot over people. But, you know, obviously I'm not that tall. If it was me, if I was like 6'8" or something like that, I would do nothing but train mid-range. And I would just shoot over people. Kobe's greater than LeBron. I do agree with that, yeah. Like it's hard. It's kind of like, I don't know. What was that one? That's that guy from the other day. Kobe is like, he's got some problems. Well, not anymore, I guess, but he did. Oh, Jambo's in the key. What's going on here? Kobe's got some problems. I don't know how many people know about them, but I guess most people probably do. But in terms of just pure on-court shit, I don't think there's anybody more that's like, I would idolize his game. You say that nowadays, people get really mad at you, so that's why I'm being very careful. But yeah, anyway. You also lead with your elbow and shoulder a lot. If Kobe had LeBron's body, he would have maybe never lost. Or I think a lot of people probably. And LeBron's physical. That's the most impressive thing about LeBron James. And you know, he didn't only get that from birth. Like, it's not just genetics. He worked really fucking hard to get in that physical condition and shape. You know what I mean? Oh, I missed those comments, I guess. I still have yet to see anybody call out Curry when they take a shot. They still call Kobe. You gotta ask yourself why. Yeah, right. That's funny. Yeah, that's actually kind of funny, right? Because Kobe, I don't know what his career, like, three-point percentage was, but really, I think it's mostly more about, like, just shooting in general. He was a very smooth shooter. And he had a very bad shooting form. He's got one of the worst shooting forms I've ever seen from, like, a high-tier shooter. He had his hand in front of the ball, which is, like, a death sentence for most people. You can't. Most people cannot. Oh, what the fuck? Most people cannot shoot like that. Okay, Jambo's not in the key anymore. He shot 35% for his career, which is league average. Nice. Mid-range game is dead, but that was the real fundamental back then. Yep. Yeah, people always say like somebody yesterday was like, "You're like Larry Bird, man." I was like, "Brother, I don't think Larry Bird took a lot more threes. I don't know. But they just think like old school white guy means jumpers, mid-range jumpers over and over again. It's like, all right, I guess so. I mean, I've never had anybody compare me to Dirk, but if anybody ever said that, I would be like the biggest compliment possible. Because that's really what, like, I literally grew up just idolizing his game and Kobe's. He's not defined by his three-point percentage. He's defined by winning and never giving up and always pushing himself. Right, yeah, and being really, like, maybe too hard on his teammates, but, like, really, he takes winning and losing very, very serious. And that's what the sport needs. Like, there would be less blowouts if Kobe Bryant's mentality was in every dungeon. Every dungeon? Every game. What? In every key, yeah, same thing. Larry Bird was the first great three-point shooter, yeah. Alright, well, let's let this fucking lock in here. The only Kobe quote I need to give you is "Job's not finished." Oh yeah. So go on. Del Curry was sick off the bench too. Oh yeah. That's Steph's father, right? Yeah. It's pretty crazy. It's actually crazy when there's like NBA generations like that. Or even brothers and stuff, like the Knipples. That stuff's so crazy to me. The Plumleys. Lucky, man. I don't know. It's good genetics. Something went right. I don't know if these parents know. Do they know, like the Molinas, right? In baseball, like, do the parents know that they're gonna produce like 4 NBA players or something? You know what I mean? I don't know if this maybe is a viewer, but Yeah, no, we played with this guy the other day. Pretty sure. Sounds familiar. Oh, well, yeah, no. We definitely know we have. Alright. Start the recording now. We gotta get ready for the pre-pot.
3, 2, 1.
Gotta be ready to go because the key starts early for some reason. Fuck, man.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Oh boy. I don't know. I think we have to stop doing this. I just pulled 3 packs here. You do keys? I thought this was a mining stream. Good one. I always remember asking that reporter how he feels about being up in the series in the playoffs, and he said, job's not finished. Yep. What the hell? We have to wait 2 minutes? Wait, what? It's a long time. Actually get the sheet up. Devour, Emo, and BM Hunter. What's going on here?
Something foul is stalking these grounds, heroes. Hunt it down and destroy it.
I just bit my palm. What? Did you see next patch weapons don't have durability anymore? Oh wow, really?
5,
No, I didn't.
4, 3.
Maybe you can try and not. Yeah, I'm not pulling. We're just pulling smaller. It worked all the way up until now, so we're gonna have to make it work. I can't survive this pull reliably. It's wasting way too much time. The last purgatory. Hi, Sociopath, welcome back. No less, yeah, that's what they're talking about. Didn't reset apparently. This key is horrible, yep. What we have for dinner tonight? Tonight I'm gonna make pizza, yeah. Deplete of the Triumvirate. That's a good one, actually. I like that. At least the key always wipes at the start. That's not at least thing. I don't want to sit in a queue for 2.5 hours and then fail the first pack. That's for sure. I hate seat last boss. Yeah, that's the problem. Like the dungeon gets progressively harder as it goes, outside of on me. So certainly do not want to keep seeing only 5 minutes. Druid's pumping the DPS. Third boss is the real killer. You think it's harder than the last? I think the last one's harder, but I guess maybe we have seen more deaths on the third boss. I don't necessarily understand why, to be honest. Probably my favorite dungeon this season, even though I've only done it up to 16. See? You might change when you do it on higher. Druid has no time to DPS with the subjugators. No. That's up to you, I guess, to feel that way, but looks like plenty of time to me. Not a problem, though. We're good. We'll see how it goes. The third is scarier, yeah. The moment you barely survive the third boss, everyone is exhausted and you realize you have more shit coming, yeah. Is it normal for a healer to do 0 DPS? No. Just Resto Druid, basically. Healing Absorb is a big one, oh yeah. Almost need full 10 minutes to go into the Tenty boss. Oh yeah, for the last 2 bosses, I mean. Definitely, you need to definitely 10 minutes. Never play with game sound, didn't even know they kept the same less sound from Warcraft 3. Oh wow, really? Yeah, no, that's... You're missing out if you never play with game sound, to be honest. On EU, DPS started just expecting tank to perma-kite this boss, so yeah. Oh, I'd be fine with that, to be honest. If everybody was actually able to do it. I'm not going to just run around in circles, but certainly if people don't want to kill the ad, I'll move the boss. Okay, there goes Purgatory. Was I standing in the puddle? I must have been. How's today, Ben? Paxton, what's up? Welcome. In terms of keys, 0. This is our first key entered all day. But in terms of enjoying the stream, very good today. Fighting is definitely way faster, but I think you need a monk. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you can't just kite forever. So we would be running around in circles, basically. People would never be able to stand still. I had to double check the hunter used defensive after massive AoE damage, so yeah. Yeah, really, Priest seems really good for this key. I feel that Death Knight slow is just as good as Ring of Peace. Oh yeah. The thing about Ring is it's like it totally stops them, so if you get behind, you can just guarantee that it won't be a problem. Pull on purpose? That's really bad. These are all champions. I can't even move on. If it's used right, as they get sucked, you can completely negate them. Harder for Blood Death Knight though. Oh yeah, no, you can do it easily as Blood, but Ring is obviously better, right? Ring stops on the suck in. You mean it doesn't work, or you mean it stops the mobs?
Follow me. The Shadow Guard is building up its presence near the temple.
Disrupting their efforts would benefit us all. Also, their commander here
Just stops the mobs when it even slows. They get sucked past. Oh, really? D&D works. I slow them during that phase all the time. I think it has to be applied during the phase, though, maybe. It does seem like they speed up once the phase begins. I'm just saying the Death Knight slow is so powerful that it's essentially as good as Rings. It's not, though. That's the thing. But in terms of slows, it's very good. I agree. Okay. Should we start going the other direction? Is this a CD thing? Are people pulling this because they want to use CDs? Somebody mentioned this the other day. Maybe we should go to the right first and then come here. Am I seeing that right? You've completed one mythic dungeon and it's Friday? Yep. We didn't get to stream on Tuesday, but
wasn't necessary.
well, that's that. Why are they pulling? I'm not sure. But somebody the other day mentioned like CDs after the boss or something. I don't know. I'm not really sure why that's ever true. Like, but anyway, even if it was reliably true, yeah, maybe we should go to the right side first. It's been that kind of week. This dungeon is just really hard, and there's not a lot of like we just can't get invited to a 20 basically. So yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's gonna stay this way until we get this key upgraded. Which may never happen, honestly. I say that, maybe you guys get sick of hearing me say that kind of stuff, but I like if it was as true, if there was truth to any of them, it's this one, right? This one we probably won't get this one upgraded unless something like the you know, the new power comes and makes it a lot easier or something. We haven't even gotten close. Like it's not, we haven't even been to the last boss yet, and we've done it. This is probably like the 15th time we've done it or something. This is one of the few keys where it's like reliably me dying as well. Like almost where it's very rare that like we keep failing because I die over and over again. it's like 50% of the time we fail is because I die. And we had that sorted early in the progression on the key. But now people are like, nope, you have to pull more. It's like, well, all right, well, I can't. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. I guess my spec or something. I suck. I don't know. But it's not working. There's a mismatch of expectations that is far, far harder than I've ever had in a dungeon happen. Have you tried not dying? Yeah, I just addressed that. I can't get an invite to a 17, so I think I have peaked at 16. I keep failing my own key when I upgrade to 17 because it keeps being MPX. Oh, yeah. Is that the overall DPS? No. $9.2k DPS, yeah. That's certainly going to make it hard. Have you checked VODs of other Blood Death Knights timing this key? No. I'm begging. I haven't said this in a while. Hit Moonfire. Yeah, it's been a while since... Well, I haven't really played with a lot of Resto Druids. Yeah, Moonfire. Maybe not even on the list there, really. I hear there's this hero talent that has Moonfire auto-casted. Oh, for real? I'm telling you, bro, Death Knight is so far behind compared to other tanks, it's not even fair. 50 to 60k DPS single target is trash. We need damage buffs, or at least give us back OP survivability. Oh, yeah. It might be true. I don't know. I've not played other tanks, but... That druid did some healing. He almost beat you. It's pretty regular that... Well, that's not very good. Yeah, I'm actually like not the top healer in most keys nowadays. Because they nerfed our actual healing, and on top of that, there's so much damage in some of these dungeons. But that one, I guess, yeah, when you're getting fucking slaughtered every pack, you're gonna be the top HPS. Healer, I've never ran into an issue where a healer just simply doesn't do enough HPS. Like I've never noticed that once. Very rare that that's the only thing that's happening. Usually somebody's dying or standing in mechanic or doing something that's making it harder for the healer to heal. From what I could tell, healing throughput is more just about reflexes and CD usage than it is actual like raw tuning or something like that. Like rejuve needs to be buffed by 5%, you know, that doesn't really make a difference. It would just make it easier to not fall behind or something. Seat would be my last 20, oh yeah. Monks and druids can't get damage when tanking. Warriors with 30% Thane buff might be good damage now too. Nice. Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Resto Druids, which seems favorable, but at this point, the season's so pear-shaped that it doesn't even really matter. Another one of these. Our search presses on, as yet we remain as divided as ever. If we don't unite, then we truly deserve to be abandoned by her. Of our surviving speakers, 2 refuse my missives. Lazar rallies survivors in the ruins of Deathhome, while Gerlach amasses a host at the Broken Throne. The others have yet to declare for them, which buys us time to continue our search. We may yet salvage our broken cause. The Ranger Captain will want to see this. Take this thread to Lilatha. Have you looked into possibly making a separate talent loadout? No, this is like the max survivability build that I could fathom. I always just play whatever that is. Healing is a lot more roddy now, so it almost feels like a healing rotation at times. Pretty interesting to play. Oh yeah. The ice paws and halls of whatever the hell that was. The only healer check I truly have seen in a while. Oh yeah. Would it not be easier to run your own key if you have to queue for a few hours to get a run? No, because we have a key that we can't use for score at all right now. And it's not like an 18 is like 10 times easier than a 19. We have C18, which is the only reason I haven't done it this week. If we had any other key, I would have done it. But the fact that we'd have to upgrade it at least twice or something, you know what I mean? Like, we'd have to finish it, which is fucking hard enough. People don't want to finish keys. Like, if I knew that we weren't going to get any keys done this week, I probably would have did it and just, you know, dealt with that fact. But I didn't expect this to be this bad this week, so I guess, yeah, next week we'll know. We'll have to do our own key no matter what, I guess, back to 18s. I've been playing Rest of Druid. It's my first time healing. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, if you put your fucking best foot forward with it, it's actually probably great, but it seems like a lot of people do not. It's amazing that Algathar was the first 19 you got. Was it? I don't think it was. I feel like Death Knights aren't complete. They need some defensives. I don't know, that Tombstone thingy or increased heals would be nice. What would you want to be added in your opinion? I don't think there's anything that needs to be added. I don't feel that way about them at all, really. The only problem is the other tanks are too powerful. So if that's like true, then the other tanks should just be nerfed. Or just more numerical tuning, I guess.
What do you seek? I hope you find your purchase to be satisfying.
I'm in the same boat as you. Just one high level seat is my last 20, and I can't sniff an invite. Oh yeah. One level higher. I get you.
Everything has a price, if you are willing to pay it.
Very unique looking weapons. I think they're all TBC models. Check your Radar IO profile. Metro nice. All of Metro. Haha. Impressive. Oh yeah. Why? What's the stats look like now to disband rate and such compared to other seasons? It's there if you want to take a look at it. I actually have... There'll be a video on Monday where we kind of go into it a little bit by accident. Not really the purpose of the video, but the big thing that is really notable is that disbands are up slightly, but what's really up is lack of completion. Whatever you would say, like depleted keys is way up. It's pretty much just completions. Like, that's the thing that makes the season so bad. Nobody finishes keys anymore. It's way down from previous seasons, and I'm not really sure why. Like, I don't have an answer for that. I don't know what that is. But it's like down like almost 10% from previous seasons, whereas the other stats are almost identical. Like, disbands are only up because of how many more keys are not completed, basically. The actual, like, upgrade ratio is about the same. You find groups running back much with Resilient? Sometimes, yeah. I feel like every single time a Bone Shield charge is consumed, it should take 3 to 5 seconds to have Icebound Fortitude. Well, it used to work like that with Rune Weapon, but they got rid of that interaction. Why don't you want Blood Death Knight to be broken? I don't know. I guess that people like slamming that vote to abandon button. It is kind of weird how they, it's like very, very common that they don't want to finish keys. It's getting worse, I guess. $90 auction house mount, amazing. Oh yeah.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I feel like Season 3, The War Within, many of the dungeons still felt timeable. Oh yeah. Well, that certainly was true this season too. Oh my, bro, already? Ah, Purgatory gone already. That's probably, we might die to this pack now. P is hard, but not as hard as when I am watching your streams. Alright. Gotcha. Auction house mount is nice, but it's way too expensive. Oh, yeah. I think it's done 5 DPS. That's pretty good. 4 now. What, did he auto attack? If I played WoW as the main game, I'd buy the auction house mount. Oh, yeah. %62% disband rate. Holy crap. How many weeks are left? Like 10%. Or 10, we're like 50% through the season, I mean. But yeah, like I said, the disband rate is only up because of the lack of completions. That's the #1 reason. It would be the same as other seasons if it wasn't for that. Because the completion rate is way down, but the upgrade rate is the same as every other season. Yeah, what happened there? Everybody died. How are people in the 19s not lusting? I don't know. Doesn't really matter. We're still only getting 3 lusts in here. Is it resilient? I don't know. So pissed on myself. The guy said, what the fuck? That's not how I would word that. If you want, you can, I guess. Tommy needs an emergency bath, yep. What stats do you prioritize? I like versatility and mastery. I'll never understand people who are in the wrong spec when they go into high-end Mythic Plus or 1 in general. I've probably done well over 5,000 Mythic Plus and that's low-balling it. And I have never been in that boat, yeah. I mean, it would happen to me all the time. That's why I never changed my talents, because I would always forget. I can't even remember to pre-pot in the beginning of the keys.
I will end you.
What the fuck? Oh my god, man, this dungeon just eats me alive. It's crazy. There's a great add-on that puts a big thing up on your screen after you set what talent load you want per zone. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're gonna just kill both of them, I guess. Teapot is kind of wasted by the tank. Well, not for me. In this dungeon, it would be very useful. Demon Hunter is a choice talent that lets you self-dispel curses or diseases. I swear I never have the right one for the dungeon I'm in. Oh, really? I didn't even know that was a thing. Yeah, I think any dungeon with like a very quick first pull is definitely worth pre-playing. I just always forget. Keep dying in puddles, I'm pretty sure. If you are not pre-potting a key that's difficult, you are trolling. Yeah, I mean, I guess to some degree you could make that argument. Some dungeons it doesn't do anything at all, but a lot of dungeons this season do. You have plenty of opportunity. I rarely time keys with Resto Druid and Shaman. I love playing with Paladins, Priests, Hunters since they have Sack and PS. Nice. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the comp, but starting the key reset the CD on Dancing Room Weapon? I don't think so. That was a viewer too. I was at a full physical group with no monk. Cooldowns are 2 minutes or longer reset at the start of keys. Whether or not they get past the 10-second timer is another thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was you, Duplexity? Thanks for the invite. Is rep magic or physical? I think it's like a lot of physical, but also a lot of magic, right? Oh wait, no, yeah, no, they don't have any physical at all now. They actually have no physical now. Oh wait, no, forget it. I'm wrong. Details just doesn't show it anymore. I thought the yellow meant all holy, but that's not what it means. I think it's still mostly magic game. Because even their auto attack procs Crusader Strike now instead, right? So they don't even swing the weapon much. Technically, it's holy and physical. Holy Strike. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. What's the lore for these links and data of keys after every dungeon? The lore? What does that mean? I don't get what does that mean? Anyway, do you run keys for viewers? Yep. Yeah, I mean, honestly, almost all of our keys recently have been with a viewer at some point. Anytime I tried to sack you when your perg was down, thanks. That was the start of the dungeon. The Excel thing? No, I know what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean by lore. What do you mean? You mean like the history behind it or something? I just started making it because I thought it was helpful. Didn't much to it, really. Ret is taken with physical comps a lot because of the Resto Shaman. They gain like 10% from their buff and offer battle res. Yeah, gotcha. We wanted to, in BFA, I wanted to start like a website like a Raider.io creative, like or Raider.io competitor, and we put I put $550 into paying somebody to make it, and they just stole our money and left. So I was really unhappy with that. But one of the concepts of the website was going to be like anybody could submit and document keys on it, and there would be more stats there than like Raider.io was offering at the time, especially. So I just decided to make a spreadsheet instead. Still have no Warlock though. Alpha with what? It's all good, man. If you don't understand it, it's no worries. Feral is definitely more viable for physical comp, but Feral's in a weird spot right now, are they? I think they're really good. We just don't see them a lot. I wonder if you can get 5 AI to run the highest keys. What's up with Feral? I'm not sure. Feral is good, but since Guardian is probably the best tank right now, they don't get taken as much. Yep. AI is really good at making broken websites. Yeah, I bet. Just like writing shit code that doesn't work. Alright, well, see, with no Warlock, I really don't think this works.
4, 3, 2, 1.
The only thing AI is good for is driving up the price of RAM and memory. I bought a second Switch 2 because I don't feel like paying $650 when mine breaks in 5 years. Oh yeah, it's probably a good idea, to be honest. Prices keep going up.
Unauthorized entry.
What do you need a second Switch for? That's a good question too, I suppose. Switch 3 will be out by then. Oh yeah. AI is the world's most expensive autocomplete. Yep. .5 terabytes. And what? They can only have less than that or something? We got some data center going up my city, which is supposed to be like 2.5 cubic miles. Oh yeah.
You were warned, Umbric. The terrace is forever closed to you. Now leave before...
What just happened? The mob didn't get gripped. What was that about? I find it so weird that people don't list the first pull here. Yeah, I agree. I live in Utah and they're going to build a data center that uses more power than the entire state. Whoa. The crowd dispersed almost one-shot the AUG. Yeah, I noticed that. He had the fucking CD up too. I noticed that. That was insane, yeah. Dude, was that like 1 HP? Huh? Well, that's another waste of time. What else did Fexy say? The Utah Data Center is the size of 10 Walmarts. Is Walmart a unit of measure now? Maybe. They're all not the same size, I don't think. Did that hunter pull mobs and die? I don't even know that was the strangest key. Guy's like, I watch every one of your videos, and then is screaming at me to pull what he wants me to pull when he wants it or something. I think it's the beginning of Agenda 2030 mass surveillance grid. Oh yeah. Bigger than that. It's rumored to be 62 square miles. So yeah. I hope they cancel it, but the governor is all in. Oh. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people being pushing back against this stuff. Let's see. The memory card for the Switch 2 were not $50 already, and there's a plan switch to price increase for $50, but they let us know it's not happening until September 1st. Oh yeah. Using more water than most of the towns in Utah during the middle of a drought seems pretty sus. So yeah. Suspicious might not be the right word. I think that's just greed. And a lack of priority, really. It's safe to say we've hit a wall here. Yeah, it's certainly safe to say. Well, good. If you're happy with your purchase, enjoy it. Oh, there you go. 2 Death Knights. Yeah, I told you. If they're really the best, why don't people run with more than one? Yeah, we've been invited despite not being a bear, and it says bear plus shaman og. Oh wait, it's this guy again. Oh wait. That wasn't. Oh, that was not the guy in the video. Wait, what? Or in the key? Oh, I thought the guy who invited me to the last key was the viewer, but he's saying he wanted me in his key, which I signed up to probably. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. I was gonna say, what the fuck? How the fuck do you say that and then act like that? That's crazy. I'm not happy at all that AI is costing us money and giving us nothing. It really feels that exact way. It doesn't feel like it's contributing anything positive. I guess some like high level people are using it for some things, but I don't think for much. I mean, I think, like, you know, I think part of the WoW issue, I really do think, even though they're going to deny it, I really do think that part of the WoW issues with this patches was about AI stuff. I have to say, I really do think that they used AI, especially for their graphics stuff, and I don't think that's a problem. I really don't look at that as a bad thing. I'm not sure why people act like it's a bad thing. Like, I think it's good. The game looks great. If they used it, then really good idea on their part. It's successfully replacing a lot of the workforce and driving people out of their jobs. Right, that's what I meant by not giving us anything positive. Well, originally it wasn't obvious. Like, there was no issues with launch. That's what I was talking. That's when I was talking about it. It takes money from humans who could be making the art. It does, but unfortunately, they're worse than the AI. So, I don't know. Like, it's unfortunate, but that's just how the United States of America works. Like, nobody pays somebody to do a worse job than somebody else, right? Not on purpose, at least. But from the perspective of the consumer, that, like, I don't, unless all the people who were arguing about it were artists, I don't know. The perspective of the consumer, I think the consumer wins here. $30 seconds over on 20 Academy. Was that the one that I tried to sign up to? Male Night Elf is objectively the wrong choice, though. You mean subjectively? I like it. I like the way it looks. I don't know what that comment was. I guess he's saying, like, oh, the guy's not a dwarf. He must not be competitive or something. I don't know. If I got this far with it, I think we're good. Don't worry, Metro, when you have to upgrade your PC, you'll understand. I've already looked at prices. I know all about it. I would have bought it already if I could afford it. It's a comment about shoulders being too wide. Oh, yeah. The exact RAM I bought 6 years ago was $170. It's now $800 and it's still being sold new in Best Buy. Yeah, we talked about that. Is it worth pre-potting Algathar? Yeah, probably. You have an add-on that displays defenses on top of the party frame? No, that's the default now. Amazon stopped using AI yesterday for something called AI Company Leaderboard, and CEO says don't use AI, just use AI, saying the cost to use it was insane. Yeah, I can imagine. That's what I mean. Like, I really don't think it's a net benefit for... Like, maybe there's some cases out there, but in my experience and from what I've heard from others, it seems like it's not helping most people.
3, 2, 1.
Didn't put the key in, so there goes the pre-pot. Got a few seconds of it still, I guess. Purgatory here, usually a very bad sign. But first time doing it. Well, I think actually, did we do it on 21 before?
Your survival wasn't necessary.
On the gather, that's GG. I think it is funny the fact that they're finding out that AI is more expensive than the people they replaced it with. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know about that part, but the success of it is just very low, it feels like. That's what I think is the biggest issue. Fuck it, we balled, didn't work out. I mean, it wasn't because of anything they did. Shit's just fucking hard. It may not even be worth trying to do keys anymore, honestly. I can't survive anything. Like, every dungeon just destroys me now. My personal experience on AI impacting the development-related tech support, the flow of tickets is halved. That directly translates to requiring less people to process them. Oh yeah. There are only shareholder values and AI delivers in that sense. Oh yeah. First pull looks really, really, really like Everbloom. Oh yeah. It's very hard. This is like probably the hardest pull in the game. Top 1 Blood Death Knight is using nearly 1,000 versatility to survive. Oh yeah. Well, I don't have enough, is that what you're saying? I don't think I can really get any more. 400. Definitely can't get a 400 more. How much does 1000 versatility give you? 600 gives 5% damage reduction, so it'd probably be about a 10% damage reduction. I find it pretty crazy that the top Death Knight isn't even 4K. Well, you're starting to see why, I think. The sheet reads as 5% damage reduction, but in reality it's going to be much, much more because it's scaling up your other damage reduction, so yeah. You have the date wrong on all of those? Oh yeah, good call. That's the problem. This was the first one. Okay, well, this has not been a good day. Honestly, the 10% healing from that 400 extra percent kind of sexy and is. I mean, I would take it if I could. I just don't know how I'd suddenly gain 400 more of stats. Do you have no more slots? You can recraft. No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not crafting anything. Does Verse double dip for blood? Like, does the heal get buffed by Verse, then make a larger shield? Yeah, I guess so. That's what Chicks was saying. Versatility Pod gives like 30% Verse. Oh, you think that'd be better? What's the difference price-wise? That's a lot of primary stat. That's a lot of armor.
My goods are
What's the name of the
kind.
versatility pot? %4 physical DR from the main stat one. I looked at Karasis, does indeed have 1000 verse, yeah. Potion of Recklessness? Oh. Yeah, no, I don't think that one's worth it.
Treat my wares with care.
What's your HP right now? 779. Primary stat potions are for offense. They're not for defense most times. It's just more stats. That's why it was recommended, I think. Like, it's just better all around. You think recklessness is worth it? You lose other stats, don't you? I know it's a lot of verse, but that's not... You lose the other stats, don't you? What is... I'm sure there's... Let's see. Okay, let's see what he says. While Light's potential is generally recommended for better overall value, Potion of Recklessness provides a mix of offense/defense benefit options that is close enough in net value that may have situational uses. If you're in a situation where defensive benefits would be especially useful. Alright, so he agrees with you that it's better defense. Okay, well, we're going to start using it.
My goods are one of a kind.
That expensive? I guess we're good with the, this one, right? Nah, I'm not going to be dwarfed. I'm not going to be race changing. But it's not going to give me verse, is it? It's going to give me crit? Or what? I don't get, like, is it the highest number? Either way, it's haste right now. Let's buy one and just see what happens.
Treat my wares.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to work. Burst doesn't look like it's my highest stat now. That's really unfortunate. Highest number is haste. Yeah, it gives me haste, yep, unfortunately. Alright, well that's unfortunate. Are you going for haste gear? Nope. That's just bad luck, I guess. I don't know. I don't even have... I mean, how much haste do I even have? The rings have haste. That's the problem. They don't have versatility. Both rings don't have versatility. Yeah, really, I don't have verse on a lot of pieces. You think it will be worth it to farm the ring set from seat? From seat? I don't know, maybe. Fallen Crusader is what I have. Yeah, actually, you know what? I need to go back to Stone Skin Gargoyle now that you brought that up. That wasn't an issue until we got to 19s and 20s again, but yeah, we got to go back to that. That will help dramatically with these first pull deaths. This Triumvirate ring pair has massive verse, so yeah. He also used the crafting gear with the main stat proc. Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah, I probably should have went for those rings, I guess, instead of. Well, I guess it's not too late, but pretty much too late. Right. Where is this? Loot pool for seat is massive, yeah. So I mean, I use all my things. That'll help a little bit. This is specifically why I always tailor-made my gear down to the stat point, because of situations like this. Yeah, I just don't believe. I don't really think it's worth, like, losing item level or something like that to get versatility gear. He's just like extremely, like, he has access to everything, and he's the, like, you know, very, very good. So he's in all kinds of content getting all the best gear. But in order to have like more verse, I would have to take like a bunch of hero track pieces or something. I could craft. I'm not gonna craft anything. It's just too much at this point. Season's almost over. I think when Stone Skin Gargoyle says increases by all stats, it means stamina and strength. Yep. Sanguination gives a mini cheat death, right? Does it? Low fill maxing. I had Resilient 19 a month ago, then I go on vacation and come back to plus 10 item levels and welfare weapons. Now 20s are elo hell. Cool game, nice tuning, nice design. You were on vacation for a month? That's not Blizzard's fault, what? Yeah, Sanguination is definitely a damage one, right?
I offer rare goods from distant lands.
Oh yeah, we got... What was that? Where's that quest turned in at? Alright, let's go get slaughtered again. Sanguination heals you if you go below 35% health. Oh yeah, that's not very good. Your tenacity is admirable, thanks. It heals you for half a death strike if you're not even close to being dead, and it's always on CD. Yeah. That's not gonna work. It's stamina, strength, and armor. Yeah, Stone Skin Gargoyle, yep. This is the best way to avoid getting one shot, like, well, at least in terms of weapon enchants, but you do trade a lot of strength, theoretical strength. So like if you were not worried about only getting one shot, like if you were worried about survival throughout combat, then the other one's better because it also helps with damage too. But this one is better for not getting one shot, and I need to get back to that. Got a chugga looking at your last friend's details. The evoker is simply called Dragon. Oh, really? Was he? That's funny. Stone Skin Gargoyle is only like 1% DR from armor and 50k HP or so. Well, yeah, I mean, none of them are that good, but it's still better than nothing. 500k at 700k is no 50k HP at 700k is no joke though, but you have to keep in mind that strength from Fallen Crusader is mana, and that thing also heals, which is kind of the same as having HP. That's why I said like it's good. No, it's good over the course of combat, but it's better to knock at one shot basically. So that's what we're having the most issue with right now. It's like all these dungeons are just destroying me on the pull, and then after that we're usually good. So mostly seed, I think, but obviously my Sarah's Cavern's gonna have that issue too. I feel like most people don't understand the real difference of versatility and armor when it comes to damage reduction. There is no cave value affecting versatility, but there is for armor. No into an instant kick. Try and get 15, 16 Zeniths for 15 resilient, and there's no keys. Yeah, somebody was saying that before, that there's like no 16s or something, huh? It's pretty crazy. I'm half 16s right now. Can't blame them. The packs can wipe so easy in 20. Knowing when CDs and defenses are needed is the only way to make it in Pug. Oh god, here we go again. Yeah, you're right. You're definitely right. Let's see. Someone gave me 25k for my resilient earlier. Oh yeah. When I was trying to get resilient 16 and seat was my last one, I can go all day and only like 2 to 3 keys up per hour. That's crazy. I'm surprised to hear that. There's so many more higher keys, I guess, huh? That's crazy. You could skip 16s and go to 17s. There's more of those. Oh yeah. High keys and low keys. There's no middle keys. That's crazy. I'm really shocked to hear that. I don't think it's ever been like that before. That really should tell Blizzard that they fucked up, huh? What else? Wasn't that exactly what they were trying to avoid by making Mythic Plus harder in Dragonflight? Yep. Yeah, really, it's so weird. I don't know why they, like, basically just undid their own changes one expansion later. Does that mean more people are doing Mythic, or just more people are quitting it? That part I don't think there's any relation to, but I think it just means that you're basically either a noob or you're a pro at this point. Like, that's it. There's no middle ground anymore. The keys are way too fucking easy, so you either get, you know, pushed forward into a place where you can't succeed and then you quit, or you just do one of those two. You either just farm vault keys or you do progression keys, and they're all high. Nobody makes any, like, there's not any, like, long-term progress being needed at that key level. And as such, anybody who struggles in that key level just ends up getting, like, they just basically end up having to quit. Very strange. I don't think that's ever happened before. Usually it's very linear. I think we're back at the stage where they need to make a 13 really hard. They definitely need to do another key squish, 100%. That's like the smartest thing they've done in Mythic Plus in a long time. Besides, well, they made some good decisions with Mythic Plus recently, I will say that. But at that point, it was the smartest decision they had made in years. And now they've just totally undid it somehow. The problem is with the bonus rolls, you don't even need Vault. So they create a really strange situation. Yeah, it's true. At this point in the season, nobody even needs Vaults, right? But there's still a lot of reasons to repeat keys. Like then they're just doing them. Like it's kind of the same thing. No, I don't know if I would say that. Like it's kind of the same thing. They're still out there doing keys that they don't need for score for gear, right? I'm stuck running my own 19s. Can't get into 20s as DPS because didn't complete one yet, and my 20 keeps getting depleted. Yep, that's pretty much where we're at too. Next week we'll just probably end up having to do our own key the whole time, and we may never make any, like we may never get a key that gives us score, but at least we'll be in keys. I love Q Simulator as Mage. I know Mage isn't meta, but I'm 20% of the way to Resilient 18. I'm in Q so long, it's tough out there. Oh yeah. I think with how easy this season is / was, season 2 is going to be much harder. It might be just like a huge knee-jerk reaction, but I don't think so. I think they're going to keep it like this. Like all of the reasons that it was easy aren't going away, right? So they would have to intentionally tune it to be easier or hard, and I don't think they're going to just choose to do that. There's a lot of people who are probably crying their eyes out about it. Like, this is the problem. I said this, I don't know where, somewhere, maybe on a video or something like that the other day. But this problem that we have right now is entirely because Blizzard is not receiving feedback about it. That's it. So all the people in the beginning of the season who were moaning at me for saying, you know, what I was saying about you should want keys to be hard and, you know, this is stupid that the fucking, like, beginning content is just joke mode. Everybody was saying like, oh, I'm being elitist, and it's like you're not thinking about the casuals and all this shit. It's like, okay, good, you fucked this. Like, you actually fucked this, dude. How about you just fucking do different content? You know what I mean? Like, if you don't like that a 2 is hard, then just do 0s. Like, I don't know what to tell you. The system is supposed to be hard. It's not, and it's causing a huge amount of problems. And because nobody's giving them feedback on that, we don't make any progress on this topic. It's just like, those are just like, yeah, I guess it's fine.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I don't think key squish is needed. Dungeons are appropriate difficulty for tank and healers. It's only DPS that can't get into 16s doing 40k overall. I think the squish solves both of those, like all the issues we're talking about here, so that's why I'd say it's needed. Because they had this problem solved and then they unsolved it basically, which is really weird. I don't know if they just didn't, like, they forgot or something. Like, why did they make the decision in the first place? How is a never-ending scaling system too easy? Because the baseline, you still have to do the keys, right? Like, if the first level you do is really fucking hard, that's way better than if you have to do hours and hours of low keys that aren't hard and you don't learn anything from, right? Because it's not like, people aren't in here like with a fucking microscope. Like, they're just in here fucking sightseeing, and they're just trying to get any success that they can, and they don't give a shit what happens, you know what I mean? They like sprint out of the dungeon as soon as it's not successful. So they don't even, like, nothing's being learned at these low levels. And so that, you do like, say 13 levels of easy keys before it starts getting hard, maybe even higher than that, you know, 15 levels. And you didn't learn anything in that time. You just got carried the whole way. You learn only the most basic things. And then you get to 16 or whatever is actually hard, and you just get fucking destroyed. And you have no idea why. You can't isolate the issue, and you just blame either the people or the company or something else, you know what I mean? And that's the situation we have in keys right now. I mean, you're watching it. It's happening to me too. Like, it's everywhere in keys now, and this was not... This is avoidable. It's entirely avoidable. Or if you make keys hard from the get-go, There won't be hours of easy shit that people won't learn anything from, and bad habits won't develop as quickly. So you won't, like somebody said, you won't have situations where there's people doing 40k at high keys because they didn't learn that they needed to do good DPS on low keys, you know? That one's a little bit harder to solve. We actually have a video kind of coming on that tomorrow. It's actually, I'd be very eager to hear your thoughts on that now that we've been talking about it, but... Never ending, it's a technicality. In reality, it doesn't matter if it's infinitely scaling when 99% of the runs are in the same range. Right, well, that's true too, yeah. The rune swap definitely helping, yes, definitely. We know that's going to help, that's for sure. Low-level keys being easy equals to a ret not knowing that he can use freedom on chains. Right, yeah, stuff like that, yep. Like, if you learn that the week one, like, you have to understand, like, it's just, like, kind of like a behavioral psychology issue or whatever you would consider like that kind of learning. Like, you learned that there was no danger in the key, and now you're surprised by the danger and you don't know how to react to it, right? Like, that's what's going on. And like I said, that's what's happening with me too. Like, we're having to like totally relearn some parts of dungeons because suddenly they're just really fucking hard compared to where they were even on 19. Like, that's not how it should be. Like, it really should not be this way. That we got to 20 and all of a sudden it's impossible when it was all the same difficulty, you know? This is not a well-made season in terms of difficulty, and it starts at the bottom, for sure. Like, when we were doing zeros and we were beating them in 10 minutes, that's not, like, never should have been that way. That's so crazy that Blizzard didn't just immediately buff everything by, like, 40% health or something. That's all they needed to do, because it was the baseline of 0 that was the problem. Zeros were too easy, and everything scales off zeros. That was all they ever needed to do. Alright, well, we gotta go. I guess we can't. I'm gonna skip that pack because we don't have a warlock, so. MDI is doing 17s in 12 minutes, oh yeah. At what time do you think people should get truly walled? They should never get walled. That's what I'm saying. If you design it the right way, there will never be walls. There will only be walls when like theoretical DPS and survival is in like extreme question. So like, you know, maybe like a 30 or something like that, where it's like, oh, we're just actually getting one shot by every single thing that hits us unavoidably, you know? There should never be a wall because like, oh shit, I don't know what I'm doing all of a sudden. You know, that's not how it should be. It should be smooth progress and slightly harder each time. But like, it's shockingly easy for like pretty much months. Like, some people spend months in easy keys, and then all of a sudden they're in a key that's too hard for them and they don't know how to react to it, you know? Which would make everything scale the same, so DPS would still have it much easier than tanks. Well, that's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about overall key stuff. It's hard to solve, and like I said, there's a video coming slightly on this tomorrow. So yeah, you might check it out and you might enjoy it, but in terms of the actual problem at hand, yeah, that's not, you can't really solve it like that. Unfortunately, yeah, DPS is always going to be way easier than tanking, because there's 3. People are definitely underestimating how strong avoidance on every piece is. Maybe, I don't know. I failed Algathar 16 by 14 seconds, and his arms warrior died 3 times to slop. Oh yeah.
All students must follow policy. Policy demands compliance.
Need to kill the Pyromancer. Oh, GG. Yep, that's shit. You can't have the Pyromancer still alive at this point.
Policy demands compliance.
What else? I missed a ton of comments there, I think.
Proceed with impairment. Quiet time is mandatory.
If a system is hard, I play a character. If the system is the way it is today, I get 12 and I can choose. Yeah, but that's not good for anybody. That's what I'm saying.
Distraction, please return to class.
Demon Hunter. Sensible position there. But that wasn't the issue. Blizzard has the perfect system, normal, heroic, and M0 for casuals. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, there's zeros should not even be easy on the first place, but even if they were, like, that's enough, bro. Just go do zeros. I don't get it. Like, twos should not be easy. The keys should not be easy at any level. And they're just so fucking easy that, like, we're talking about, like, we did a 11 day 1 4 keys into the season. That's not right. Like, that should not be that easy on season 1 of an expansion. You hit a wall at 15 or 19. Why does it matter? I just explained it. I'm confused what you want. Key squish, but smaller, smoother progression. That contradicts each other. No, that does not. Why would that contradict each other? It's always scaling after a certain key level, like 16 or 17. It scales heavier, so bigger jumps. I feel like I've explained it well. I'll try one more time, okay? But this is it. That feels like trolling at this point. I feel like I just explained this. Maybe you missed or something. So what happens, okay? You don't just instantly go to 16, okay? You have to do keys to get keys done, okay? So you're doing easy keys, and those keys are not teaching you anything from the difficulty of them. You're learning nothing from it other than, oh, that was kind of fun, sweet, let's go do it again, okay? So when you do hours and hours of easy shit, you think it's normal for it to be easy, and then all of a sudden you get in hard shit and you're really unprepared for it, and you don't know where to turn, you don't know how to solve it, and you start blaming like the company or other people or whatever else. You know what I mean? We see this all the time in the game, and this is exactly what's going on in the keys we're doing right now on the stream, okay? All the time, myself included. The problem is solved if the first key you do teaches you the maximum amount of shit. So if the first time you do a key, when you're raring to go and you're absorbing everything and you're like, the season just came out, I'm so excited, let's fucking go, you know what I mean? And then you're in there and you're like, holy shit, this is hard. What the fuck? All right, I'm gonna figure this out, man. I'm tunnel vision, let's figure this out. What did we do wrong? Here, we figured it out. Instead of fucking 10 weeks in realizing like, oh, this is a problem, what the hell? That shouldn't be how it is. Like, that's the complete opposite of how it should be. And they had it solved. This was a huge problem in Dragonflight. They solved it, and then we unsolved it for, from what I can tell, absolutely no reason. The best counterpoint is the person who said, I can have 12 alts. That's not a counterpoint. You know what I mean? That is not the reason to do this. So it doesn't like, hopefully I've explained it better now. Maybe, I don't know, but that's the reason. Yes, that's exactly what we want, though. Do you understand that? Forage Gaming. That's exactly what we want. We do not want there to be people who are not interested in learning and getting better at keys. The keys are hard on purpose. So they're going to get to a point where they quit one way or the other. We don't want them in hard keys 16 weeks into the season finding that out, because they wasted everybody's time getting there. You understand? Like, they wasted their own time, really. But they're going to waste other people's time who are like, oh, I'm 16 weeks into the season. This is not how it should be. You know what I mean? That should happen instantly. That should happen day one, basically. But yeah, anyway. People want to succeed, good, then they should get better at the game. That's how you succeed. You don't have the game get nerfed. Like, that's the issue right now. It's like been nerfed for no real, like, I don't know who's gaining from this, because I've never heard anybody say they're happy about this. The low keys are so easy that you just skip them, and to the point that, like, the first week of the season, people couldn't even get keys for their low key 2s that they were forced to have because there wasn't anybody wanting to do them. Are you advocating for larger leaps and steps per keys? No, I'm not advocating for any changes other than the easy keys being removed. So you start at hard keys, like it was in Season 1 of The War Within. No changes to anything else. That's all we need. So we don't do, you know, weeks and weeks of easy keys and then suddenly get into hard keys. Yeah, I don't think I can explain it any better than that. Now, it's tough because I've made lots of videos on this, so it's like, to me, it's all obvious, and it gets maybe a little frustrating for me to keep going over and over again, but if you're hearing this for the first time, it may be surprising to you. So I'll try to be patient on that, but I think that's as clear as I can explain it. But like I said before when we were in the dungeon, it's like a behavioral psychology issue. Like, you got to think of it that way. You have to try to think of it that way. Even if you're not like, you know, I'm not like fucking super qualified to talk about this, but like, even if you have no idea what any of that means, you have to think about it this way, right? Do you feel like you put your best foot forward at the beginning of the season or at the end of the season? I think that's obvious that you put it forward at the beginning of the season, right? So if you're putting your best foot forward and you're learning nothing as a result, this is the time when you're soaking up as much as possible. You're probably the most engaged. You're maybe watching videos. You know, you're going the extra mile, right? In the beginning of the season. At the end of the season, you're kind of just going through the motions, right? In the beginning of the season, you're putting that extra foot forward. You're doing it in content that's not challenging you whatsoever. You're wasting the foot. You understand? The foot didn't need to go forward. You just take it back. It was wasted. But you did. You put it forward already. And now you're kind of sliding at the end. You're kind of burning out at the end. You're just hanging on at the end. You don't want to do more learning. You don't want to get to that point where you're like, oh, fuck, really? You know what I mean? Like, if it wasn't like, you know, I think a lot of people would quit instead, right? It's a wild take. It's not a take, bro. This is, I mean, I don't. Everyone starts somewhere. Got to remember, if you're a 1% player, content will seem easier. No. This is facts. We're talking about facts. This is the easiest season ever. This is not an opinion. It's not a take. My thoughts on it, you know, I could see the debate on, but again, I think it's just like a behavioral psychology issue. Like there's not really, I don't know. There doesn't seem like there's a lot of wiggle room. Like, are you arguing that a 2 is hard right now? Like, that's just not, it's not possible to argue, I don't think. But and then somebody else brought it up. Like, the reason that that's just not an argument is because you can just start at normal. Like, this is the problem really at its heart. Normal, heroic, and mythic 0 are basically pointless. And they're basically just saying, like, yeah, go ahead and just do some delves and then go do 2s. And then, you know, you just climb or whatever. You know what I mean? It's easy season, yet people struggle to get 3K. They're struggling. Brother, I just explained this all. You free for a Discord chat? Maybe that would be the best option. Anyway, this is what the community whined and wanted, though. I 100% agree with everything you said, but this is literally what the... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They fucked us. Everybody who feels that way fucked us. And they fucked us so hard they don't even realize it. and they don't care. You know what I mean? That's the thing. They just don't care. Everybody's just like, me. Can I have all the gear, please? Can I just drink all? You know what I mean? It's like, bro, it's supposed to be fucking challenging. You're not supposed to get geared in 1 week. You're not supposed to be on 11s day 1. Like, this is not right. You fuck this up, and there's repercussions to fucking it up. It doesn't just go away just because the easy keys are easy. That doesn't make the rest of the system better. You haven't thought about these repercussions. This is the problem with WoW at its fucking core. People ask for shit they don't understand. They don't have any idea, insight into game development whatsoever. They ask for shit they don't understand, and then it fucks everybody else up who didn't get to have a voice. Because all these loudmouths are just like, oh, but the game's too hard. I might unsub. It's like, then just fucking do it, bro. Like, why do we want you here? I don't even understand. If you thought a 2 was too hard in Season 1, then you should probably unsub, dude. Or how about you just do zeros and normals and heroics? That's what those were there for, right? Instead of complaining and getting the game changed. That's the fucking problem with WoW in a nutshell. Instead of just working on something and getting better at it and being satisfied with your personal progression, everybody's comparing themselves to each other. And they're like, well, that guy who plays 40 hours a week, he's better than me. That's not fair. Fucking, what are you talking about? Don't forget that other random systems also make it worse. Make what worse? Same people who think this season is hard, the same people who didn't want add-ons. Right, they're just fucking idiots. Like, wrong. Dumb decision making. And like I said, I don't even think that it's their fault as much. I think they just don't know that they're being selfish. Like, they're actually just not aware that what they're asking for is bad for everybody. Not just, it's bad, they think it's bad for them, so they don't care. It's bad for everybody. Because now you're in this boat where you're just actually making everybody worse. The game continues to get, like, there's less and less skill in the gameplay now. You know what I mean? Everything gets worse. Number suggests it's the best Mythic Plus season? No. Where are you saying that? Thanks a lot for $5.
Go off, King.
Where are you saying that? I miss a lot of comments. Let's see if I can catch up on them. It took me like a month to get to 2K in Season 1. I got the first day in Season 1. It didn't even feel rewarding. Yeah, that's exactly right. Like, that's what it's just a simple, you just think about it. Just think about it from like a psychological perspective. And it makes like, I mean, there's nothing wrong about it. It's just like, it's super fucking obvious. The fact that the dude even brought up 3.4K, brother, there shouldn't even be a fucking 3.4K. That's a large number, dude. That should not exist. We're talking about people struggling to get something that shouldn't even fucking exist. The previous thing was 3K. That was supposed to be the number. But the season's so fucking easy that Blizzard had to add a new incentive. Because it was so fucking easy, everybody got the 3K by accident. That's why there's 3.4K. It's because it was so fucking easy that everybody got it by accident. There was no skill involved. You just got it, and you're like, what do I do now? So they had to add more shit, dude. This is not right. This is not how it should be. And that's why somebody said before, I think it was Faxi, I don't think they're going to change it because they just came up with this new incentive structure. You know what I mean? So now it's like, well, 3.4K is now the new, now that's the new benchmark. That's the old 3K is now 3.4K. And then what are we going to do, you know, a year from now when it's like, oh, everybody got 3.4K by accident. Oh, now we got to have 3.8K. Like, this is not right, dude. This is not how it should be, dude. It's not, I don't know why anybody thinks it should be that way. So he says, it's scaling, it's easy until it's hard. So you get to the level you want to progress. Who cares if people are worse? I literally just explained this, man. It's starting to get insulting now. Like, do you recognize that it's bad to learn nothing for hours and hours? Can you admit that or no? Or do you disagreeing with that? Can you get in Discord, man? I think this would be a lot easier. I'd love to hear your counterpoints to some of this stuff, but it feels like we're just talking past each other. Have you ran any keys? Yeah, we got into some keys after that first stretch. But at this point, I don't think we're getting in anymore. Sign up one more time. People forget that title of season 1, The War Within, was 3.4K. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like that should not be a thing that like casuals are getting. You know what I mean? That should not be a thing that like people are just like, oh yeah, I think I'll go get 3.4K. How have the keys been today? Really, really good. Only 25% of the population got 3K. So how is that everybody? That's not how you should look at it. How many people even tried to get it? That's what you should be looking at. Because doing 1 key for your vault, you're not going to get 3K, obviously. But anybody who even tries, they got it. Like anybody who interfaces with the system the way it's supposed to be, they got it. 3K is ridiculous. I mean, look how high we are. 3.7. Like that's 3K was like you got that week 1 or 2 basically. It's funny that people say 3.4K is easy, which I agree, and yet only 7% of the population. Don't look at the population percentage. This is the wrong way to look at this. It's not only including people who are trying. Like, you got to remember, there's people just doing keys for vaults. They're not there to get score. They're counting for that. They're not the same people. But I'm not saying you have to be psychic. You just have to think about that. Like, you did it a million times on alts, right? Like, how many times you do a key on an alt just to get gear and you never try to push on it whatsoever? They're counting. That's the same count as me, who's trying every day, you know? That's not the same thing. They shouldn't be counted. There's no way to separate it. I get it. But it's at the end of the day, it's not 7% of the population. It's 7% of every single person who's ever done a single key, even just 1, 2. You could do a 2 by accident one day and you'll count. The same as somebody who's done 20s. They're not the same. Doesn't what go both ways. I kind of miss when I would get fully heroic geared and then feel like I was prepared to take on difficulty of 12s. Now I play an alt and can easily live on 10s with 235 item level. Yeah, that's a whole different problem, but I totally agree with that too. Gearing is a fucking joke this season. It really is. But it's better than it could be. I don't think they went backwards on it or anything, but I just wish they would really take some steps to making it more long-term. It's not math, though. That's the thing, dude. You're wrong. The math's blinded you. The math's blinded you. You trust the wrong math. Like, it's like asking, like, what percentage of the population is in the NBA or something like that. Like, how many people have even picked up a basketball in their whole life? Like, the website is wrong. It's wrong. It's telling you the wrong number. It's not the website's fault, but it's just the wrong number. It's like you do a 2 once on any character, that somebody gets added to the pool. They should not be counting. That's obviously not, you know what I mean? 25% of people like that, like who cares? They didn't even try. That's not like it was hard for them. They just didn't try. They just did it once for gear or something, and that was it. Like, there's even quests to do a key, right? So they get a key quest from Delves, and they go, like, try it once, and they're like, oh, yeah, this isn't really for me. But at the end of the day, they still got they got credited for being a Mythic Plus player. Pushing keys for real for the first time pretty much ever. Pugging all of them. Oh, you'll get 3K, brother. Keep going. What do you think the top 1% rating will be at the end of the season? I have no idea. You can legitimately take a fresh 90 to 3K in a day or 2. Well, now with all the gearing, yeah, definitely. I mean, if you were in the keys, you would be done with in 1 week with gearing. The problem might be getting the keys or getting in the keys or something, but 4.2K. You mean top 0.1% or 1%? Because there's now an achievement for 1%. But certainly not going to be 4.2K for 1%. Only 2.8% of the population have 3K mount. Right, and that we just talked about why that's not real. Blizzard used to have rules like in arenas where you weren't included in the pool unless you did 50 matches. Yeah, it should just be anybody who's done 13s. Or maybe 12 resilient or something. I don't know. Like, if you have 12 resilient, then you would count towards this. Because, yeah, hop in Discord. Links down below. You just add me or whatever and message me. But it's like not, it's counting people who do 2s. Like that's what I'm, like that's not, they shouldn't be counted. They're not trying. People who have 1 score count. Like literally 1 score counts. I would say with gearing being so much easier and accessible, it makes the keys being easy even more of an issue. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It exacerbates all these problems like crazy. It would be a lot different if there was a repeatable reason to gear up. Like if we had Titan Forging or something like Azerite Power or Azerite Power or whatever in the past. If we had those things in the past, we would actually have a lot less of an issue because people would still, they would still be trying their hardest. You know what I mean? The key level difficulty should match the eye level it drops. Like a 2 should be tuned for people having 255. Instead, they made all keys do no damage until it would be a progression key. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, yeah. What is 3.9k this season? I just got my Resilient 18. Do I gotta get to all 20s? 3.9? I guess, maybe, I don't know. It should say on Radar.io. You sound rather elitist about this. What does it matter what key levels others do? You just get stuck at an arbitrary number anyway. We just explained all that. Sorry, brother, you missed it, I guess. Do you think the balance in difficulty between dungeons this season is too wide? I have definitely felt like something like Skyreach can free up to a certain level. Early on, I would have said that, but it was mostly just because the one dungeon. But now it seems like they're all hard, so I don't know. Keys are absolutely the easiest they've ever been. I'm not trying to argue or anything. The game is the easiest it's ever been, and I do agree that getting 3k is easy. Oh, good, yeah. There's not really much to argue on, to be honest. It's pretty obvious that that's the case, and I guess it just depends. Like, are you on the boat where you just don't care if other people are affected by it, and you just want the easiest whatever vault keys or something possible? Because, like I said, there was a lot of people like that. Do we get... Is that the person? I can't tell because Discord like blocks the name of the person. But yeah, if that's you, then you can call whenever you're ready. I've been hard struggling with 19 Skyreach and Windspire as a tank. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's him. On my phone it tells me the person's name. Call. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Sweet.
Yeah, I just want to say, it's not that I don't disagree with you that like people need to learn, but I think a 2 wouldn't be a good place for someone to get punished and to fail. And I think the reason for that is in life, you need to succeed at something to gain interest. Like if you're rubbish at something, you're not going to carry on doing it, right?
I see your point there, but there's heroic and normal and all that stuff, right?
Yeah. But I think that the whole point is you're doing heroic dungeons because it's a heroic dungeon. If you want to get into Mythic Plus, your first experience of Mythic Plus, if you just go in and get absolutely slammed, you're probably going to go, I'm not going to do that again. I think the way that the system works is like, should a 10 be the place that you learn? Doesn't really bother me personally. I think it's a case of you'll get to a level where you do learn and you'll get punished. And if that's a 10 or that's a 15 or whatever, that's where it is. Like the gear is kind of arbitrary. Like, do you play the game for gear or do you play it for the challenge?
Yeah, I mean, mostly the challenge.
Yeah, so for me, the same. I don't care about gear. So you'll play it until you can't continue anymore. That might be a 15, it might be a 16, it might be a 20, it might be a 24, whatever. But you'll carry on playing. Someone that just wants gear, who cares if they're playing in 10s and they're doing 10s? You're not going to see them. You're not going to play with them. You're going to be in 18s, 19s. And I think if you did go to a 10 and there was someone that wasn't very good, do you think you would still time that key or do you think you would fail it?
It depends how bad they are, I guess. But yeah, you're probably still upgrading it.
But that's because you can control that, because you're a good player. You can make that happen. So like all these people that are going, oh, I go on my ult and I do this plus 10 and I timed it. It's either because they're very good at the game or they've got 280 people around them that are helping them complete that content. Now, most of the people playing the game to get gear to do the content they want. You want to get that as easy as possible. It's very different to the game that you probably started playing, but I think it's very much the type of game that is out there now. Like, gear shouldn't be something that's holding you back. Your ability should be what's holding you back. That's the point I'm making. And if you're at 19, it doesn't matter if people at a 10 are learning, because by the time they get to a 19 and you're playing with them, they'll have learned what they need to have learned to get to that point, right?
No, that's why I thought we were talking past each other, because like a lot of this stuff is not what's being discussed. First of all, I would say that like I do have a fundamentally disagreement with the gear should just be given to you or something like that thing. But I know that's probably not very popular. That's not really what I wanted to discuss today. But like in general, the idea that there's 10 whole levels and none of like the time in that level is in any way learning, like, or challenging or something like that, it's just a waste of time. Like, I mean, it's a waste of investment from Blizzard. It's a waste of time from the player. Like, if you could just go right to 10 and start there, and that be the adequate challenge, and that would be fine. And that's what I'm advocating for. Just squish the keys again. 2 gives whatever. I mean, I don't really even care. Even if 2 gave the max of all, whatever, this is not the discussion I'm interested in having about gear. But at the end of the day, there's hours and hours of time spent in keys that are not interesting, not challenging, not getting people to learn. And that time is formative for them. They think that the content is easy, and then they keep going forward into content that's not as easy, and they get blown out. Whereas if they were actually learning from the get-go, like you said, some might quit, but those people don't have the right mentality for it anyway. They're going to quit eventually. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not beneficial to the system to have people linger in a system that they're not actually engaging with properly long term. Because by the end of the season, nobody wants to deal with this shit. 10 weeks in, I don't want to be dealing with somebody who didn't learn that they needed to kick a certain spell, you know? But you could easily go from, I mean, all the way up probably and never kick that spell. Somebody else will handle it for you, and you just will never learn that it was that difficult. That's kind of the problem that is proliferating all the way up the food chain now at this point, where we're running into content where it's like, I'm realizing, like, bro, I have no idea how to survive some of these fucking packs, and people are expecting me to know, but I never learned it. You know, this is the problem from the get-go.
Yeah, so in that situation then, can you not go to the key level below and then start learning? If you can't do it on X level, go to the key level below and learn to do it, no?
Yeah, I mean, that requires introspection, which I might have, I might not have, regardless, but not everybody has it. That's what I'm saying. They're just going to quit. They're just going to give up, and they're going to blame either the game or the people. The reason that this started being a hot topic on this channel was because I was keeping on getting submissions from people who were getting into fights on like super low keys, and it would be like one guy. The most famous video was in Galakron's Fall. There was a mechanic that you just had to bring out of the raid or of the 5-man, whatever, and the guy just kept bringing it into the group instead. Or other way around. But regardless, he was doing like the complete opposite of what the mechanic was over and over again. And then he was getting flamed by the group. And he was saying like, this is why the game said, people call it toxic or something like that. But he literally had no idea what he was doing in a 13. Like that's 13 levels into a system on top of Mythic 0, on top of Heroic, on top of Normal. The guy clearly did the dungeon. We looked at his Raider IO. He had done the dungeon multiple times on previous levels. He never learned the actual basic mechanic of the fight, and then got flamed by it in the 13 by the group, and then said the game's like too toxic or something. You know what I mean? Like this is what we're talking about. Like this should not be how it is. These people are getting into this situation where they shouldn't be in the first place, and it's because they asked for it. This is the problem that I have. It's like you ask for the game to be so easy, and you don't even realize why it's hurting you and everybody else.
Then I'd also argue then, how good is the people that are now complaining because their 13's been wrecked by someone that didn't know? They've obviously got a lot to learn as well. So although, you know, they're flaming this guy because he didn't know one mechanic out of 8 dungeons that have 4 bosses each, that have packs of mobs that have stuff. Like, you got to remember, like, some people don't play this game like you might, or I might, or, you know, like some people might not be wanting to necessarily improve in the same way that you want to improve. And like, as a tank, you need to know all the mobs and what they do. Otherwise, you know, what you pull together could kill them. His DPS doesn't necessarily need to know that. But I play with like people that do cutting edge raiding, and they'll walk into a Mythic Plus on a high key level and they won't know half the mechanics, and you have to tell them on the fly. Does that mean that they're not good enough to do the content? Does it? I mean, someone tell him, like, he's failed. Like, how did they tell this person in his 13 Galakron's Fall that he'd failed? Was it what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Are you an idiot? Yeah. So
Yeah.
maybe there's a way that you could maybe approach that conversation that isn't like that.
Oh,
You
there
know, a lot
definitely
of the time, and a lot of the time, I see it all the time as well. People make a mistake in a dungeon. Like you're doing a 19 there, you make one wrong global, you die. Does that make you a bad player, or does it mean that you've made a mistake? Like that's also where the problem is. Like people just think, oh, this person's fucked up, they're shit. Well, no, not necessarily. Like everyone has a bad dungeon, everyone makes mistakes. Like it is partly, I think, a community problem. Is people want people to play the game, but then not willing to help them, not willing to explain stuff. Like, you know, a
I agree
tank,
with
you
all
probably
that.
have it all the time. Like, you know, you do a dungeon, you time it, and then someone will go, oh, that was shit. And it's like, oh, like, do you want to tell me what about it was shit? What can I do to get better? Like, this is a problem. You get that at every key level, and I think it's probably worse in that mid-range level where people are probably at the point where they know enough to know someone's doing something wrong, but not know enough to know that they're not actually that good either. You know, and it's all a scale. Like what's good to you might not be good to someone else, and what you are might not be good to somebody else. It's, you know, it's a sliding scale. You've got to remember, you're like, if you're in the 1% of Mythic Plus at the moment, what you think is needed or what is bad or what someone should know is very different to what someone who's maybe in the 10% range would know. Do you know what I mean? It's like you only know to use certain moves because you've got 10 years of Mythic Plus experience. Oh, I use Icebound Fortitude because that worked on this mechanic 2 seasons ago. Oh, it works, brilliant. Well, if you're a new player, you're not necessarily going to learn that or know that intuitively. Someone's going to have to tell you, right? Like the gargoyles. Like, how are you going to know freedom removes that if you're a new player?
Well, okay, these are all great points. I agree with like almost everything you said there. The one thing I just wanted to make clear though is that like this could be solved by the game. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, people could be nicer to each other and actually helpful, and that's probably the way it should be solved. And I guess that's probably what Blizzard wants to happen. But at the end of the day, that guy not knowing that mechanic is a failure of the video game. Like, it should have punished him on a lower level. Like, I don't see any argument for why he should fail a mechanic like that and survive it. That doesn't make any sense to me.
But he might have failed that mechanic, and they still might have timed.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's too easy. The whole thing's too easy. That's what we're trying to solve.
It might not be too easy though, because it might have just been he was in a very good group that could get through that boss with 3 people. And what, like, I don't know with the season, like I forget what the numbers are, but I don't think a 13 was particularly high in the season that you're talking about. I don't.
No, that was super low.
Like 20. Yeah. So, I mean, yes, I agree. Like you shouldn't have like 13s, 14s, 15s where people are learning, but the number's the number. And there will be people that feel that. And like, trust me, I play with people from all skill levels. Like I play with people that struggle to do 10s, and I can be in a key with them and they will still struggle to do a 10. And it's a case of there's a lot of people like that, and you probably don't know them. And the people that watch your content probably aren't playing with people like this because, you know, they're watching your content because you do a certain level of key and you look to progress and get better or whatever. That's what the content's about. But there's a massive part of the community that will be struggling in anything under a 10. And I think there needs to be a progression system for them. I personally don't think, we shouldn't be going up to like 30, 40 key levels. But I don't think where we are now, where 20s are kind of, was it 23s, 24s are the top, like 1% is what, 20s, 19s, 20s. I don't think that's a terrible place to be number-wise.
Yeah, the numbers are fine. I'm not necessarily worried about the actual number of the key. It's just like your example of people struggling in a 10 right now. It's like that. Yeah, and I totally support there being like, yeah, if you know me at all, I want infinite progression. I want there to be gearing systems until the last day of the season. So I would be totally advocating for them to get every piece of gear possible if they put work in. I don't think it always has to come through skill-based content, and I agreed earlier with what you said about how like skill should be the primary thing that causes you to succeed or fail. But my only point is that like if you're spending hours like and I think that's really, really, really important. We have to keep going back to this here. You don't just suddenly show up in a 16. You know what I mean? You spent hours to get there, and I don't know how many hours, but it's supposed to take a while. You're supposed to climb the ladder naturally. Some people skip the queue by maybe paying for boosts or getting friends to carry them in higher keys or something. But typically, if you have 0 score, you're not getting invited to a 15, you know? So that means that you spent hours, and then you get into these keys that are actually hard, quote unquote, like we've been talking about on stream about how people can't do 16s to get 3.4K. They're hard because the people didn't learn anything in the hours and hours they spent. And that could be solved by Blizzard just making the easier content harder. And they solved it. They did it. They responded seemingly to what we were talking about in the Dragonflight example. And then they just undid it one expansion later. And regardless of which side you were on, whether you want it to be hard or easy, I don't understand why they did that. Like, they wasted their time doing it, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Like, you don't want time not learning. What I would say is that I would disagree that they've not learned anything in that time. Like, I think it'd have to be a very special person to not have learned anything. Like, yes, they might not know every boss mechanic, and I agree, like, that's not great. But I also think there is a lot to know in Mythic Plus. Like, to do it at a top level, like, as an example, like you're doing a 19, I bet you can tell me all the worst tank busters that are in the game, because if you don't know them, you're not going to progress. As a DPS, and I don't think there's really a way of massively fixing it, is you don't want to have too much personal responsibility on the tank, the healer, and now the DPS now have loads of personal responsibility, because now there's 5 people, one mistake then cost you a key. That's a high risk of keys failing. So I think it's like you need to weigh it up. And again, they could have learned more, and you may have learned more, but people learn at different levels. So yes, this person might be in a 16 because, you know, they've done the keys and they've put the hours in. They'll know the basics of the dungeon, they'll know the basics of the bosses. They might not know the intricate parts of the boss, and that might be what they're failing at. I think it's difficult because, yeah, I don't think there's like a quick win. Squishing it, I don't think makes it any better. Making 2s really hard, I don't think fixes it either, in my opinion, for whatever it's worth. Because like I said, you need people to get onto the ladder, and the only way to get people onto the ladder is to get them to succeed. Now, what level do you want them to start failing at? Well, everyone's going to fail at different levels. And the problem is the people at the top of the Mythic Plus scale now are so good at the game, or so good at the content, that you can carry 2 or 3 people to that key, and you can go in and you can grab someone a 10, and then all of a sudden they've got a 13 because you free boxed something. And that's where the problem probably lies, is people are just going in for their weekly vault and slamming it, and someone's now got a 13 they don't know what to do with, and they're just going to send it because, I mean,
that's
why
exactly
wouldn't you?
it. Yep. And so I guess, yeah, part of the issue is definitely unsolvable, because one way or the other, like, very, very good players doing keys they don't need for anything other than gear are carrying people who don't realize that it's hard or easy yet anyway. So that is true. But yeah, I just to me, I think it was perfect in Dragonflight, or in in the War Within Season 1. You know, 2s were not that hard, to be honest. I think a lot of people did fail 2s, but there was mostly up until like 7 to 9. That was where people started to really run into issues. I knew a lot of people on the channel and in the guild and stuff that were just like, they weren't able to get to 10 early, and they were frustrated by that. But like, my stance on that is always like, you're just supposed to get better at it, you know what I mean? So maybe they moved the rewards down to get people what they want, and the people who don't actually care about progression could leave the system sooner or something. I don't really care that much about that topic, but just to me in general, if you're pushing, like, you know, if you're doing higher than vault keys, you should know what you're doing. And I get your point that you're not all going to learn at the same time, but that's exactly the issue, because you should learn. Everybody should be learning all the things at the same time, and it should be punishing you adequately at every level. Otherwise, somebody is just doing the job for you and you don't realize it's happening, or nobody's doing the job, which is the case this season is presenting so often. Nobody's doing the job right, and that the key is just not failing because of it. Like, I've reviewed so many examples of that this season. A lot of them I don't even want to make videos on, because it feels like it's going to be the same fucking thing every video. I'm just going to be harping on this over and over again, that these people who are doing a 7 are not even doing the main mechanic in the fight, and it's not killing them. Over and over again. I'm just doing this again on Monday's key. We have a guy just gets hit by the bird every time on Mycera's Cavern, doesn't die to it. I just edited it out, because I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to keep saying this in every fucking key. Everybody knows at this point these keys are not challenging people. The fucking Resto Druid's getting knocked up in the air, looks like a fucking idiot over and over and over again. Nobody's dying to it. It's just such a weird look. Like, It doesn't look right. It doesn't look like how the game should be. That mechanic's supposed to be dangerous. It's not dangerous.
Yeah, I agree. But I also think what item level are they at that point? Because it's a case of, like, I suppose if you attach a required item level for a key level, and you're saying that probably by the time you get to what, like a plus 12, you're probably looking at what, like 270 is probably the 270 plus is what you're expected or would ideally want at that level. Probably more than that now, right? Because of how easy it is to get gear. I just think as a system, it's a skill-based system, and it's a case of you will rise above your skill level. Like all these people that are complaining that they're stuck at a certain level, say they're stuck at a 14. Now, yes, they might be better than some of the people at that 14, but if you're stuck at a 14 and you're continuously failing at that 14, I think at some point you need to look at yourself and think, what am I doing? Because I'm sure if you went into a 14, I'm sure a lot of your chat went into a 14. If I went into a 14, I wouldn't be doing them for very long. You would succeed because you are better than that level. And I think that's where a lot of the problem is. People are complaining that the game's too easy. Well, it's scaling. So at some point it's not going to be easy. And whether that's a 10, whether that's a 15, whether it's a 20, whether it's a 23, it shouldn't matter how easy it is below you. This is a big wow thing. People are always worried about what everyone else has got or what everyone else is doing. It's really strange to me. It's like, I don't care if someone's getting 3.4k and it's easy to get this season, because I'm not worried about 3.4k keys. I'm doing a different level of key, just like you are. Like, it's a case of, and if you're 3.4k, why do you care if someone's getting 3k easier? It baffles me, like, why people are so concerned about what's happening, not to sound elitist or anything, but what's happening below them in the key structure, because you'll get through that key structure so quickly to find your level.
Yeah, I don't agree that it's quick. That's the problem. That's I guess the big fundamental disagreement here. That I don't agree that it's quick. I think you're thinking of more like an MMR system, like in League of Legends or a different game where you play like placements and then all of a sudden you're plat or something like that. That's not what happens in WoW. Like you're not going to get invited to a 15 if you've never done a 10. That's just not going to happen.
No, and I get that. But if I went into a 12, and it's a perfect example. If you're a tank, like if you go into a 12, you are going to time that 12 if you're a good tank. You might fail the odd one because people muck up, but it's not going to take you a lot of keys to time a 12, right? And then you time all the 12s, and all of a sudden you can now get into a 13 or a 14, and you'll probably time that because you know what you're doing and you're a good tank. So what I'm saying is, you as a player, as an individual, your skill, you will get to the key level that you should be at. Anyone that's saying that they're stuck and they can't get to the key level they want to get at because everyone else is bad, well, it can't always be everybody else is bad.
Oh yeah, no, I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
But it does take a long time. That was my point, and I think
it does.
Yeah, and I think it's hard for people to put the time in and then all of a sudden hit that wall and they feel like the game has changed on them, And so, like, you're right, 100%, fucking 1,000% right, that if you sat here and been like, everybody else sucks, what the fuck, you're just an idiot. But there's a lot of fucking idiots, and those are the people that are causing the game to be developed a certain way. They're the ones giving feedback on it. That's how this all started just like an hour ago when I said this system isn't going to get fixed because those are the ones giving feedback. And those people are the ones who are saying, like, I just want the game to be easier. I want my vault to be easier. I don't really care that this is happening to other people, So it's not like you just have to force them to care. That's the only way that it seems like it could work in this game. You have to force them to do hard content early and get acclimated to the idea that it's hard. And yeah, there will be less people in the system, and that's fine. I think that's totally fine. I'm totally in support of them having some way to eventually get Mythic Track gear or whatever, the best gear is eventually. But I just don't really think a skill like Mythic plus Pugging, especially a skill-based system, should be something that you can just coast through for hours. And depending on how many hours you play a week, it may take you weeks and weeks to get to your level, Like that's what happens to a lot of people. And I don't think that's how it should be.
Well, I think it happens in any game, right? I don't play League of Legends, but I would imagine if you logged in and for whatever reason you logged in 3 or 4 games in a row with some very good players that carried you, you could end up at a very high MMR and not really be meant to be there, and you'll get found out, right? And that's the same as a key. I guess the only difference is you don't lose your key level, or you don't lose an MMR when you fail a key or whatever. That's the only difference. But in any game where it's multiplayer, there's always going to be that issue with people are going to be higher than they should be. There's going to be people that are lower than they should be.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that can happen
way.
in any game. I agree. But I think what you said was actually the reason that it's not a big deal in that game, because you would fail backwards, and you would eventually... You cannot fail backwards in WoW. That's the number one issue. We always talk about this. You can fail upwards. You cannot fail backwards in WoW. And even in raiding, I think most people... You'd have to get kicked out of your guild or something. Like, you could wipe on a boss 500 times and still kill it, and that counts the same as the guild that killed it in one pull, you know? So I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, but... In some systems, it definitely is.
Yeah, no, I get that. But yeah, I guess we kind of agree on most of it. But like I said, it's people have their own opinions on what's best for the game, don't they? At the end of the day, there's millions of people playing it, so it's only 2 people here that have got an opinion. I doubt Blizzard's going to listen to either of us.
Nope, they are not, unfortunately. I wish they did, but they are not.
But yeah, I'll let you get back to streaming, man. You're obviously busy, so I'll crack on.
No, it was a great conversation, man. I really appreciate you hopping on.
No, cheers, man. Catch you later.
All right, have a good one. Rainbow Method, undefeated. That dude needs to get royalties or something. Anybody else want to talk about it? I missed every comment that was said during it, obviously. But yeah, I'm gonna get going soon. But yeah, I think Faxi, great point there about, you know, some content's just not for everybody. I think that's totally fine. Unfortunately, now we've kind of set this process, or this precedent, I mean, that, you know, it's okay to do Mythic Plus even if you're not, like, a competitive, not, like, a time-minded, you know, like, you can go AFK in a low key or something, you know, like, it's a precedent that's been set here. And that's why when Faxi said it before, like, it's probably not going to change, you know. They like power creeped this thing into oblivion where people are now going to expect their vaults to be filled week 1 without any effort at all. So I don't think you can go back from here, which is really sad. But like I said, if people actually gave feedback that that's what they wanted, it would happen. It's just that people don't, like, at most, you know, we talk about it a lot here, but at most people are just quietly keeping it to themselves. You know, they think like, well, you know, I've heard a million different... I'm actually really shocked at how many people I've heard say, like, yeah, it was really not an accomplishment to get the 3K. I didn't really enjoy it. You know, I didn't feel like I had a battle. I didn't really blah, 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 you know. I'm shocked at how many people organically tell me that, but they're not telling Blizzard. They're not on the forums to be like, hey, you know what? I think 3K was too easy. Like, you have to have some kind of semblance of care for the game over yourself to admit that, you know. You're not going to do that. Like, it's almost like you're kind of fucking yourself over, right? Because, like, if you think, like, well, at one point 3K was hard. Now 3K is easy. But if I make it hard again, maybe I won't be able to get it. You know what I mean? Yeah, you want to hop in real quick? I got about 10 minutes left if you want to hop in. Or if you don't have time now, no worries. We need more people doing what he just did. Hopped into Discord and explained his point of view. Yeah, it's always good. I've never had the paintball method fail. Never. Not once has it ever failed. The worst one was the one in the beginning of the expansion, where it was just like some like 17-year-old kid who was just didn't make any fucking sense, but it still ended up like we still walked away from it like without any hostility. What were your thoughts on the difficulty of Mythic Plus in the War Within Season 1? I thought getting a rating was much harder back then. Yeah, it was way better. I mean, I just pretty much gave them, but Season 1 of the War Within was perfect outside of 12s and higher at the beginning. They nerfed them to the right level of difficulty by the end, and it was perfect. That was exactly where every season should be, especially at the beginning of an expansion. Every expansion should start harder and get easier, and that was the right level. They had it perfect. Yeah, it's way easier to have a conversation in Discord anyway. That's what I was saying. It's like a lot of times I think people aren't able to get their thoughts out. Like, I have a dramatic advantage. It's not like a us versus them thing, but like if it was, you know what I mean? Like, I'm speaking, I'm saying a bunch of words, and you're only able to type whatever the YouTube chat allows you to type, and then you hit like a limit. You know what I mean? Like, I have a dramatic advantage if we're having a conversation and it's one-sided like that. It's, yeah. So that's why I always do it. Like, I want to give you the opportunity to say what you want to say. You know what I mean? Because you deserve that, and YouTube chat does not allow it. So, but That's the only way I know how to do it. Gear level can cover for this chick's calling me. Sweet. Hey.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I had to mute your stream. I'm more of like a counterpuncher in argument in like conversations. So I feel like if you want to give me what your thoughts are, I could just go off of what my feelings are on that, and it'd be more productive and faster.
What was the thing that you were the most passionate about on that conversation?
Well, it's more so about what you're saying. It's just like you're talking from the top 1%, and yet while the math you say doesn't line up, you have to understand that you say people can just get better with time. What if those people don't have time? What if they have jobs? What if they have lives, but they are as passionate as Mythic Plus with you, but they don't have the same opportunities you have? Maybe their computer's slower. Maybe they can't get out of a mechanic because they lag. You know, you have to think of every situation. You can't really just think about, oh, it's just skill and time. There's many varying circumstances that affect people's performance.
Well, I think that's more what I was saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, those people who have limited time, it might take them weeks. Like, his point was that you would get to this point eventually, but my counterpoint to him was like, you would take weeks to get to that point. You know, you'd be like months of your life would have passed, and then all of a sudden you're in a 15 and it's really hard and you don't enjoy that experience. So I totally I know exactly what you mean, and I totally agree. It's like the less time you have, the more of a problem this actually is.
Let's look at it from a business sense then, okay? Let's look at it from Blizzard's point of view, okay? Since they're making the game and they obviously know more than both of us combined by like thousands of magnitudes from their data that they obviously, you talked about the data center you saw. They know everything. So let's look at it from a business point of view. If, let's say, these are just numbers. Let's say if 60% of the Mythic Plus community is doing between 5s and 15s, and they're happy with that, and that makes them the most money via subs and continue keeping them happy, and that's what's best for their business. What right do we have as the top 1% to tell them what to do? That they're wrong, that they're not doing the correct thing, then we should just deal with it because we're the outlier and they're the majority.
Well, so for a long time I would suggest that there is no money in keeping people in Mythic Plus pugging. I still don't
sub fees are the money. Basically.
Yeah, but my point is that you don't pay to sub to Mythic Plus only. So I always have trouble with this. Is that an
opinion or a fact?
No, that's an opinion, obviously. I always have an opinion on this because it doesn't, like, to me, if Mythic Plus didn't exist, I'd still be playing the game. But I do know that there's a lot of people out there who probably disagree with that. It's just really hard to quantify because I think like even your most ardent players of WoW probably do something other than Mythic Plus at a little bit of time, you know? So that
I agree with that. I did a little bit extra on the side.
Yeah, I feel like that's really hard to quantify. But regardless, you are right that Blizzard knows more than we do on this, and they probably would emphatically disagree with what I just said. So we'll operate on that idea and just say that, in my opinion, the people probably do bring Blizzard more money in this way. But I do think they bring more inherent turnover as well. Whereas if they just knew what was going to be hard out of the gate was going to be hard, they probably would have invested their time somewhere else. And like I said, I don't personally think that means they unsub from the video game. Maybe it does. But like if I knew
on how people treat them, though. It really depends on how people treat them when they fail. That's
exactly what I was just going to say. Yeah. The toxicity example from Dragonflight that we always go back to, I think that's a bigger problem than the guy unsubbing a month earlier. Like, because that's really bad for the optics of WoW. If that guy quits the game 2 months in, but says, but I quit the game because the game's toxic, and then a bunch of other people are like, wait, it's toxic? I don't want to play it.
Yeah, it's like League and WoW are known to be toxic at this point. Let's just face facts.
Yes, exactly. And so I think that you can have regressed that opinion on that about it being toxic by just removing some of these weird barriers that people have to jump through to run into that toxicity. Like if it was actually hard from the get-go, there wouldn't be toxicity because there wouldn't be this weird, all of a sudden people are doing shit that they're not supposed to be doing and then people are fighting about it.
Agree to disagree. People will change based off of circumstance. That's conjecture, really. Like, people are going to be who they are. Like, you're not going to change a person's personality based off of very specific situations. But, like, I wanted to touch on one thing you said earlier, that it's impossible to learn in 2s and 5s. That's all about how you look at things. Like, even me, and you know what kind of player I am. I'm not going to explain myself to the stream. If they don't know me, I don't care. I learn things in 2s. I learn things in 4s. I learn LOS spots. I learn how mobs cast. I learn their patterns. I learned what's recastable before things were recastable. I learned what important casts are because I noticed how much damage they do. They might not do a lot of damage, but I noticed they do more damage than the other things. So it is possible to learn in those lower keys. You just have to have the mindset to be able to do that. And a lot of people just don't. They just smash their way through it to your point. But there are ways around that. It's just people aren't really willing to do these things.
Oh yeah, 100% agree with that. Yeah, and that's why I was saying, like, I feel like you have to force people in this video game to want to care about this shit, and that shouldn't be how it is, but that's unfortunately how it is. But one thing I will say, if you haven't seen these low keys, like...
Oh, I have. I've watched every one of your reviews. You know that.
Okay, but did you see, like, when we were doing zeros at the beginning of the season?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the fights are, like, 20 seconds long. Like, you know, I get that you...
Yeah, I mean, that's understandable. Those are loot pinatas, though, if we're being honest. Mythic Zeros have kind of always been loot pinatas.
Oh, yeah, but it's like the same difficulty as 2s and 3s and shit. So that's why I was bringing it up.
I didn't contrast that together.
Yeah, but so, like, that's what I mean. Like, these fights are 30 seconds. So, like, yeah, you can be very astute and learn something in that 30 seconds, but you're just not going to see the whole fight. Like, you don't actually see every mechanic on the fight.
I would say it wouldn't matter, though, until about a 5 to actually learn a boss. It's more trash timings that you would learn before a 5
yeah, you
or
would learn
7
a lot more
around
about
that
trash,
time.
I agree.
Bosses are just, they just don't. Yeah, that is a problem I'll agree with. Bosses don't live long enough, but the problem is, to what end do you make that more difficult? Because if you make the bosses too difficult in lower keys, that means the bosses get more difficult in higher keys because it's all infinite scaling.
Yeah,
so if a 5 lasts a minute and a half, then a 20 lasts 10 minutes.
Yeah,
then it's not fair to the higher end players. So you have to find a middle ground where you can balance difficulty and time in the lower and the high end. And I just don't think that in this system that's ever going to be really possible. And I think we're just shooting our shit into the wind, basically, hoping for something that's just never going to happen.
Yeah, I just think it's got to condense. That's all. And, like, you don't have to have one difficulty where the fight's 20 seconds and the next one where it's 5 minutes. You know, like, I think you could just have one difficulty where it's a minute and the next one's a minute and 10 seconds. The next one's a minute and 13 seconds. You know, like, it could get condensed like they did in the past, and that worked perfectly. But things were quite different.
It seems like the same cycle, though, doesn't it? Like it keeps getting fixed, then gets worse the same way, fixed and worse the same way, fixed it back. It's like they can't find a solution, so they're just doing what works until it doesn't work, and then they're fixing it again, and then it breaks again.
Oh yeah, no, that's exactly what's happened. I just don't know how it didn't work the first time because it felt like it did to me, and then that's, you know, I guess
21-year-old game, man. I mean, people that started the game aren't even there anymore. They're working off of people's notes. So, like, I mean,
right.
Kudos to them for doing what they've done, but like it's hard. It's probably really fucking hard.
Yeah, it could be different people making it. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, like, think about how many of the old guards still there. What is it, like 10% of the top people?
Yeah.
Like the people that make these decisions, like even Ian, like I'm sure he's hands off at this point. He may seem like he's hands on. He's basically a PR dude. So like,
yeah, probably
he was probably a driving force in the complexity of Mythic Plus when it came up. Like he around that time was around when he joined, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like when Mythic Plus came out in Legion.
Oh wait,
I'm sure he was instrumental in that. Yeah.
He was there in WoD, yeah.
I feel like he was instrumental in the introduction and the growth of Mythic Plus, but I just feel like he's hands off at this point. They have people that don't really. That's why this cycle keeps repeating in my mind, is because they don't have people that are trying to innovate the system. They're just trying to keep it. It's like basically like Mythic Plus is maintenance mode at this point, but they won't admit that it's maintenance mode, and they're just trying to keep add incentives so you don't see that it's maintenance mode,
totally
so they can make an excuse.
Totally agree with that.
Yeah, like I mean, we seem to be on the same page on most of these things, like we usually are. But like, if there's anything that you disagree with me, like feel free, because like as I said, I'm more of a counter talker, especially when somebody has strong opinions on something. So feel free.
I don't even remember what we were talking about. So in conversation with that guy, I don't even remember what we were talking. I just remember the conversation about
mostly the difficulty and people not wanting to learn or not willing to learn or putting the time in, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. But I meant like there was something about the percentages that I remember. But I don't
remember. Yeah, the math. Well, I understand. Yeah, there is probably about 10 to 20% of those people that you shouldn't count. There's probably still 30 to 40% that are real numbers. Like there are people out there trying, and they just aren't good enough. Whether it be a health condition. I mean, even personally myself, as I've said, when I play, I'm top 1%. But I've had health conditions that made me quit keys. Like I've had to just stop. Like I've had perform worse than I have just because I've had an anxiety attack during a key, and I've got it like as a tank. It's either you suck it up and you get through the anxiety attack and you get through the key and you play like shit, or you quit. And I don't quit. So like you never know what people are going through in the world. Like people may be bad because of things that you can't even imagine.
Yeah, no doubt. I just maybe
or they might just not have. Their ceiling might be below your floor. Just period. Like they're just.
I get you. I totally see what you're saying. What's the best way for me to show you?
Think about it sport-wise. Like, think about it like this. There's only one Aaron Judge. If you consider yourself Aaron Judge of Mythic Plus, you're going to think everybody below you should just try harder. But they just can't. Chrism isn't going to be Aaron Judge. Like, it's just not going to happen.
Right.
No matter how hard he tries.
You're right.
I'm trying to get to the Yankee thing, because I know you're going to understand that. But you know what I mean. Like, if your Judge, it's never going to work. It's never Chrism's never going to be there. Like he's gonna get contact hits, but he's never gonna have the power. He's never gonna have the stats. He's never gonna have the home runs. Like the same thing if you put it to key levels.
I have on the stream, but you have it closed or muted, right?
I'm looking at your stream. It's just muted, basically.
Oh, okay, great. So, what are your thoughts on these stats? Do you see what it says?
Yeah, you're looking at the all dungeon list.
Yeah, so this is like Radar.
It looks pretty linear, honestly. Like that kind. Yeah, it looks pretty linear. Like there are people trying. It's just that people getting stuck at different breakpoints. Other than the 7 and 8, it's kind of reversed, and maybe like the 9. It looks pretty linear.
Yeah,
like
but
the progression
what I was,
you would expect to see.
My point was like, okay, so what it's showing is a rating, and so. It might look like it's actually somebody with all 2s, but it's not. It's just anybody who has 2,400 rating or 1,240 rating. So that would basically be like you did a couple 10s.
Well, I was looking at the season cutoff numbers. I didn't even know these numbers existed. I was looking at straight percentage cutoff numbers, like for the title.
But that's why I brought it up, because so basically, if you're like sub 1.2K score, you're in the top 20 or you're in the top 80% of the season. Like that's what I was saying before. Like. That's not anybody. Like, who the fuck is not even a 1,000 score? Like, the person hasn't even tried. They've done, like, 2 keys, you know? So that's, like, 20% of the population that just don't even count. Even if you believe that everybody who has 1.5K rating is still a valued member of the community, which I don't, like, that's still, we're still talking about
Blizzard,
40%.
Everyone's a valued member. Like, no offense, but your $15 is the same to Blizzard as that guy's $15, bar none. Factual. Like that's just how it is. Like,
I agree. I meant like
that's just you're yourself putting yourself above someone else when you're not to them.
No,
you're literally a number on a spreadsheet. To
I
them,
didn't mean that.
Unless you have a contact with them.
I just meant that like if you were to say like okay, now is when you started trying. To me, it would be Resilient 12. Like, if you got all your 12s done, that means you're serious about the key. But when you look at the stats, it's only fucking 28% of the fucking people. You know what I mean? So, to me, that's like most of the people don't even try. Because it's so easy to get
but that could just be
12.
their ceiling. I mean, you think it's trying, but that could be their ceiling.
I really don't think it is.
But what's the evidence behind that?
Because the season's a joke. Like, it's really,
but that's your opinion as a 0.01% player. To them, it might not be a joke.
It's not.
Like
it's really easy, bro. I know you haven't played it. It's tough to have the conversation.
I've watched every moment of it though, and I can watch.
Well, I haven't done it low key. I mean,
well, no, I know, but I've watched your path. I've watched your whole trajectory. I've watched every stream. I've watched every video. Like you know who you're talking to. Like, come on, I can learn from seeing. I learned from you playing basketball against me, and within an hour, I knew your play style.
Well, I know you're good. You're good at that. But I just mean, like, to me, it seems like, I don't know. It's all good. I think we're on the same page about most
agree
of the stuff,
to disagree, but I think that there's a lot lost in translation here when it comes to your view on the casual player base versus my view on the casual player base.
Definitely.
I think that's the the difference between us.
I have
and when I said, and the person in chat, when I said 0.01%, 1%, 0.05%, whatever it is, I've not kept that high of a track of what his score is. I just know, I just watch every single stream and every video. I don't monitor his rate or IO. So thank you, Milk Seal 4936. I'm sure you've been here for like a year or less. Hi, I've been here the whole time he's been streaming.
But no, it's all good. I get your point.
Yeah, I didn't want to make this contentious, and that was a little contentious. But so if there's anything else you want to say, like I'm more than willing to talk about it. But like I realize you're a little distracted by that British guy. I liked that conversation. The guy had a lot of good points.
Yeah, I
like
agree.
a lot of good points. But I think like the main thing is that people forget that Blizzard makes this game for sub fees, period. They don't want you to buy 6-month sub fees, even though they encourage it. They only do that because they want you to lock in. They'd rather you pay $15 a month like I did for 21 years. Like, you're just a number on a sheet, and if your opinion is good and aligns with them, they might think about it, you know? But, like, it's all just money. It doesn't, like, whatever they do is to make money. They improve Mythic Plus or buff a class to make the people happy, to make money so they stay. Like, that's all they do it for.
One really cool part about what your point is here that isn't probably thought about by a lot of people, but just popped in my head, is that, like, if you're happier, you might also buy, like, WoW tokens or, like, mounts from the shop, you know? So you might spend even more money.
I spent $4 grand on tokens, probably.
Right, yeah,
just because
exactly.
I wanted to get that gear to get those verse break points to make my potions work properly. Because for the last couple of years, you had to have certain break points, say, like verse, to make a potion work. So I had to recraft gear, craft gear, and gold doesn't grow on trees when you're doing Mythic Plus 12 hours a day. So you kind of got to buy the token. And when you love the company and what they're doing, you're more willing to drop that money, even if you don't have it. So like, as I said, it's all dollars and cents. Like, it all comes back to it if you really think about it. It's just, people try to equate their own personal feelings, because we've all done, anybody that's like really serious about WoW has been playing for over 2 decades now. 2 decades. This is not just a game. This is your life, basically. This is our lives. Like, even not playing now, it's still my life. Like, I still watch your streams. I still keep up with it. It's just like, you put a sense of yourself into it to a point where you get a little jaded to the reality of the situation. And that's not your fault or anybody's fault, but like, it's just human nature. Like, you think it's like a parasocial relationship. Like, you feel like you're entitled to something, but you don't realize that you're just $1 and cent to a person. Like, that's all it is. Especially now that all the people that actually cared about the game and made the game great are gone. You don't even know who's behind the scenes anymore. You don't know their names. You don't know what their accomplishments are. You don't know where they came from. They could be Ubisoft employees. Fuck those guys. Like, you just don't know. Like, and I just think we put too much of our own selves into this game because we played it for so long, and we just gotta detach sometimes and think about the fact that we're just dollars and cents. And every change is to keep us giving them dollars and cents. Every feedback that's negative we give them is change to make them get dollars and cents. I don't know. That is just my whole point. It's just like, I feel like we've lost our way when it comes to like feeling how important we are in the community. We mean nothing to them. That's just the cold truth of it, and it's really sad about it. That's the fact. But like, you know, it is what it is. They're a company. They want to make money. They make changes to make money. If the population that does one thing makes them more money, they're going to lean towards that population. And when you're in the top 5% of player base doing one specific game mode, you're not going to get as much attention because you don't make them as much money most of the time. Now, I can't say for sure that token sales and other things high-end Mythic players do. You know, obviously the Race to World First people, they drive in a lot of revenue, so they probably pay a little bit more attention to them. But like, just regular old high-end Mythic Plus players, I don't know about that.
Yeah, who knows? All right, I gotta run.
I mean, I'm sure they want to make a great game, but they also have to have money to make that game. So, you know, it's got to go both ways.
All right, I gotta run.
All right, man.
Good chat. Good to hear from you, man. Hope you're all right.
Oh, broken ribs still, but I'm doing all right. I'll catch you in your next stream.
All right, sounds good, brother.
See ya.
I gotta run, but Kyle, what was your? I saw you had a question that never seen Metro get into Discord. So this was I've done it a lot actually. I guess you just haven't been here when we've done it. But we call this the painbow method. Where basically, like, if there's ever like a heated conversation or like a serious conversation, you know, if it's just me and I'm talking in voice, but you're talking in text, like, it's not really fair. You're not really going to get your thoughts off. You're not able to like show me, you're not able to link stuff. You know what I mean? So I always just offer that if like anybody ever wants to get, yeah, it's probably true actually, Jix. But yeah, I always just offer that if anybody ever wants to get into Discord to, you know, to have their say, I'm more than happy, because I don't want there to be like these one-sided conversations. You know what I mean? So we just had 2 actually. Jix hopped in kind of to finish it, but the first one was another guy who we were talking about how I feel like that was Jix. Yep. I feel like the season is too easy and it's causing problems for a lot of people, and you know, he basically disagreed. So we talked about that, but yeah, another successful duo of paintball methods. So I will be back on Tuesday. Obviously, we did not get anything done. We finished a single key all week, but well, we had a great conversation at least, so that's good. I always enjoy that. So I'll be back on Tuesday. We got some good keys coming this weekend. Actually, some really interesting topics that are very related to what we were just talking about in this end of this stream. So I think you guys will enjoy that, and maybe you'll have some good comments to leave there as well. But yeah, if not, we'll see you guys on Tuesday, and I guess we'll probably just have to start doing our own key for the rest of the season, because what we're doing ain't working. So thanks for watching. We will see you guys in the next.